doctor, the banker, the drummer, and then it makes no difference what group I'm in. 'Cause I am everyday people.
There is a blue one that can't accept the green one, for living with the fat one, trying to be a skinny one. Different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on. And Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo, sha-sha. We gotta live together.
I am no better, and neither are you. We are the same, whatever we do. You love me, you hate me, you know me, and then still can't figure out the thing I'm in. 'Cause
The transformations have been unbelievably remarkable. Before our eyes, a new generation of leaders is transcending the ancient conflicts of tired divisions of the past and forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, where it exports technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. We don't want that. And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly.
In your book, your recent book, Government Gangsters,
It's a great book.
you include an appendix with a list of names that people have referred to as an enemies list. I was an impeachment manager for President Trump's second impeachment.
Nobody cares, man.
As you and the president continue to weaponize and investigate his perceived enemies, as you follow this blueprint, when can I, a former impeachment manager, expect the FBI at my door?
Any second now.
Ma'am, you want to know who was targeted by a weaponized FBI? Me.
It's a good point.
You want to know how and why?
Well,
you
may
want to know what
need
I'm doing
write
to
a book
fix it?
about that. Let me move on.
Well, you should
Change
read the
topics.
book because there's no enemies
So-
list on that book.
So
there are
you-
people that violated their constitutional obligations and their duties to the American people.
Boom.
Good, you
And they
gave
were
them due
rightly
process.
called out.
I'm
And you
changing
should
topics.
give that book to every one of your constituents so
I'm
they can
changing
read
topics.
about it.
I won't be doing that.
That's their loss.
Got your rhymes going round in my head. Got your supersonic beats mixing up my kids. So dance, little DJ, come on. What's your name?
nation of glittering cities, endless opportunities, and fantastic wealth. For some people. Because despite all that prosperity, there are still tens of millions of Americans living in poverty. But what if they don't have to? In recent years, some of the country's brightest minds became convinced that we could make poverty a thing of the past. And when they put that theory to the test, it did not go as planned. Here's the thing Americans often take for granted. We're pretty rich. In 2023, the median income for a married couple was about $120,000. The median size of a new home was about 2,500 square feet. And this is a problem you only get in wealthy countries. Over 40% of adults were obese. And then, as if to prove a point about how much money we have, we all started spending $1,000 a month on medication to keep us from being obese. But as we all know, this wealth is not universal. Despite years of government programs that have attempted to help the most disadvantaged among us, it's still the case that nearly 37 million Americans live in poverty. And in recent years, that's led a coalition of everyone from activists to intellectuals to tech executives to propose a bold new idea. What if we just gave everyone enough money to lift them above the poverty line? And when we say this was a bold new idea, we mean it was a bold and very, very old idea. In fact, all the way back in 1797, the Revolutionary-era writer Thomas Paine was arguing for an idea along these same lines. And in the 1960s, Milton Friedman, a future winner of the Nobel Prize in economics, was making a similar case. Instead of a bunch of welfare programs, just have the government give people the cash instead. This idea is usually referred to as Universal Basic Income, or UBI, and one of its most noteworthy features is how it's attracted supporters from across the political spectrum. For some conservatives, combining UBI with the elimination of other welfare programs is a way to shrink the size of government while still helping the most disadvantaged Americans. For some progressive supporters, who, it bears noting, are usually more skeptical of eliminating other welfare programs along the way, UBI is a way to combat income inequality and ensure the dignity of those living in poverty. It's also popular in the tech sector, with many Silicon Valley leaders arguing that UBI will be a necessary way to provide for Americans when AI starts taking their jobs away. Which we suppose is a nice gesture, but probably a distant second to just killing the AI with fire. Now, as big ideas go, this is one that's pretty hard to try out. In 2019, when presidential candidate Andrew Yang was running on the idea of a UBI that would pay every American adult $1,000 a month, it was estimated that the cost of the program would be over $2.5 trillion a year, which meant that it would cost more than 10% of the country's GDP. To be clear, that's not 10% of the federal budget, it's 10% of the country's entire economy. Since spending that kind of money on an unproven idea was too risky, most attempts to try UBI out have taken the form of small local programs aimed at just a handful of people, which doesn't really tell us much about how it would work in the real world. That changed, however, in 2024 with the release of the biggest UBI study ever done. Analysis conducted by Open Research, an organization backed by OpenAI CEO and UBI supporter Sam Altman. All of which is important background because the study's results were probably not what they were hoping for. Here's how it worked. Researchers took 3,000 people, all of them between the ages of 21 and 40, and with incomes that averaged under $30,000 a year, and split them randomly into two groups. 2/3 of them received $50 a month, and 1/3 received $1,000 a month. Then they tracked the results over the course of 3 years. Now, the reason that you design a study this way is that if UBI was genuinely life-changing, you'd expect to see important differences between the people getting $1,000 a month and the people getting $50. And the good news is, that happened. But the bad news is the people who got more money actually ended up worse off. Here's what we mean. Some proponents have argued that UBI could increase employment because recipients could use the extra money for things like job training or more reliable transportation to work. But the study found that the people who got the bigger pot of money, and that most of this newly found free time was just spent on leisure. And maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe just making sure UBI recipients have more money is a worthy goal in and of itself. But about that, the households of people who received $1,000 a month actually ended up with less money in the bank than those of the people who got $50, between $3,000 and $4,000 a year less. How? Well, not only were they working less, but they were also spending virtually all the money and racking up more debt than the people who received smaller amounts. None of which is to say that there was no good news. People in the UBI study reported feeling modestly better about their financial security. They were more likely to move to new neighborhoods, and they had brief reductions in stress. All of which is kinda nice, but it's a long way from finding a cure for poverty. There's a reason anti-poverty policy is so hard. Figuring out how to give people enough support so that they're not suffering without giving them so much that they lose ambition is incredibly difficult. And so far, at least, no one's figured out how to strike exactly the right balance. So, maybe it's a question we ask the AI. Oh, right.
After 7 years of violent revolution, our American founders were well aware that political factions were most often used to divide and conquer the people. And they knew that the republic they created would only last as long as the people could remain educated. In 1816, Thomas Jefferson wrote, "If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be." By the end of the Civil War, the two-party system became the norm. The globalist system we face today was born, and the deliberate dumbing down of the American citizen began with our great-great-grandparents. In the late 1800s, the Skinner-Pavlovian method was brought into American schools by Johns Hopkins. These psychological methods allowed teachers the ability to program students' behavior in the same way that Pavlov did with dogs. In 1934, the Carnegie International Endowment for Peace published the Report on the Commission on Social Studies, which explicitly stated the goal of eventually taking away people's land, and noted that most people would obviously oppose this. The solution was to begin using the school system to recondition the minds of children. In 1976, the bicentennial year of the Declaration of Independence, 124 congressmen signed the Declaration of Interdependence, which stated that 2 centuries ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation. Now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order. And it pledged to give children special attention in distributing a common education to suit their goals. By the 1990s, this globalist dumbing down system was perfected, and America began exporting it worldwide in what is known as outcome-based education. Starting in 2010, Common Core began in the United States. It outlined what students were expected to know at each grade level and enforced ways to assess those standards. Charlotte Iserby, author of The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, has traced most of this agenda stemming from the Order of Skull and Bones at Yale, through both Republicans and Democrats, 2 wings of the same globalist bird, which understood that dumbed down people have a base desire for a simple dualistic choice. In 1953, the Rockefeller Foundation funded the Robbers Cave experiment, wherein 11-year-old boys who thought they were signing up for summer camp were organized into 2 separate tribes and were manipulated into fighting each other, which was easily accomplished by having a single resource that the 2 groups competed for. The Henry Tajfel experiments of the 1970s showed that by simply dividing people into 2 groups, they would naturally identify with their own group and discriminate against the other. The basic ego mind is constantly making preferences. No matter how dumb you are, you have an opinion about everything. And if you can keep the population dumb enough and give them 2 parties to choose from, they will innately identify with one and despise the other. This allows the globalist system the cover they need to implement unpopular policies, such as a central bank digital currency, while we, the people, ignorantly fight each other. United we stand, divided we fall, and we've been falling for it for generations. The American people have been so thoroughly dumbed down that we think freedom is the ability to choose between 2 parties working for the same control system. And we have been made so weak that we are afraid to even discuss the option of violence, which is most often the only remedy for tyranny. But if we were an enlightened people, we could simply unite together as one and just say no to the tyrants. The answer to 1984 is 1776. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese. Thank you for watching the latest Greg Reese Report. Be sure to go to reesereport.com To see my latest videos, sign up for my free newsletter, and subscribe for exclusive content. And be sure to support my sponsor at InfoWarsStore.com.
The answer to 1984 is 1776.
InfoWars has been banned, arrested, attacked, and threatened because we are effective. The Great Awakening is here. Go to banned.video, download the videos, and share. Support the information war at InfoWarsStore.com. And never give up the fight.
Infowars.com.
I can't tell you. I don't know you well enough. I just know the American people, and I know what's in the DNA of the American people. I've witnessed it on the battlefield, and trust me, it's filled with courage. It's filled with courage. Filled. So that's your homework assignment. You walk away from here today, tomorrow, next couple of days, let it sink in. I mean, it's an incredible amount of information that you have received for those that have stayed for the day. I mean, it's unbelievable. To hear about things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream media. Just not going to hear about it. And it's sad, but that's the way it is. You know, those are things that we can't control, right? So you get in there, like I say, you know, there's this thing called citizen journalists, or I call them digital soldiers, right? Digital soldiers, right? You got to dig. You got to research. You got to share. And you got to mix it up. You got to mix it up here, okay? Because they do. All these people that they're after us because they want to say, oh, you're an insurrectionist, you're a domestic terrorist. Hell, every woman in here who's a mom is a domestic terrorist then, I guess. Christ, if you're fighting for your kids, right? So anyway, okay. I found, fraud, waste, and abuse. And we started to act on it. And man, it was like, the gates of, the hounds of Baskerville, the gates of hell opened up on me. And all of a sudden, all this pressure about, you got to be careful doing this. You got to, we're going to come in and we're going to look at this. We'll take this on from you. And I'm like, wait a second, and because it took, I didn't show up on week one and it just suddenly happened. We took time to look at these things. Mm-hmm. And as I'm exposing it and I'm going back up to my chain of command, which is, Secretary of Defense level, Director of National Intelligence level, they were upset. They didn't want me looking into this stuff because they're part of the problem.
She wears on her chest, and when daddy comes home, he never gets no rest, 'cause she's playing all night, and the music's all right.
related to the Epstein type operations in the Caribbean. Because remember, there was lots of other islands. And Epstein actually, arguably, was not as bad as some of the other locations. Now, I will tell you this. Look at what's going on with O'Keefe right now.
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Thank you.
let it be known that he was very concerned about his health and well-being, and by the way, he's not suicidal. O'Keefe is covering several subjects right now, of which one of them is the trafficking that was taking place in the Caribbean with Epstein. And one of the undercover videos that he has, I don't know if he's released it yet or not, but I think it's just been released, so I think I can talk about it, is with Pam Bondi, where she says they have thousands of videos of kids being abused in the Epstein Island tapes. Remember, they had cameras everywhere. Everywhere on the island was covered with cameras. Where's the tapes? So as that comes out, that's going to target all sorts of, business people, political people, judicial people, all sorts of stuff. It's going to be epic. It's going to tear down empires. People that just want it done, pull the Band-Aid off of it. Well, there's a number of innocent people in there too, because what was the island all about? Blackmail. They didn't go there to get blackmailed. They were going there to try to do business deals, to get a promotion, to align with somebody important that might be able to help them accomplish something important. Not everyone that went to Epstein Island was a bad guy. And so what they're trying to do is to sort some of that out based on other witness testimony and wade through it. And by the way, they got, for all that Bondi wants to release stuff, they have a responsibility to do it in an ethical way and not destroy people's lives casually just because, we'll do it and then we'll just let it get sorted out. Some of those people need to be brought in as witnesses for the way that they were handled in trying to set them up. Okay? So there's still work to be done there. They're plowing through it. And that fully isn't going to be able to be brought out to the public for a bit.
Yeah.
So
because imagine there's a lot of people that have heroes within those groups. And when you expose a hero, you better have a lot of backing for that, because you only get one shot at it. You come at it and you goof it, because they got lots of lawyers on their side. You goof it, then no one's going to believe it after that. So it's got to be really hardcore. And of course, we got Virginia Giuffre, which just recently died, or maybe not. I don't know. You never know these things anymore. But they still have a lot of power. So people are still on the sidelines, and revealing stuff.
Well, let me kind of carry that theme.
Yeah.
Remember when Elon was doing the interview with Rogan a month or so ago, and in the interview, he says there's places and things that he cannot discuss that they have uncovered because they'll kill him.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, you got the president. He'll take care of your secrets first. All those guys don't. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, after they took the gal off of Trump's detail, they probably assigned him to Elon, right? So now I feel safe. Okay. Yeah, right. The reality is that they got 1,000 ways to get you. If 25, you're a genius, right? Mm-hmm. So even Elon is saying there's stuff where he just can't quite go. And by the way, Elon's not the top of the heap. You don't even know the name of the person that's calling the shots above Elon. Okay.
Wow.
There's layers above that by far, even within the Doge thing. So don't think that he's running that without a lot of supervision.
A lot of you don't understand why Trump was so popular. And the reason he's loved is because people in Ohio have never seen somebody like him. That first debate, I'd never seen anything like it. I've never seen a white male billionaire screaming at the top of his lungs, "This whole system is rigged." Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama sitting over there looking at him like, "No, it's not." And the moderator said, "Well, Mr. Trump, if in fact the system is rigged, what would be your evidence?" He said, "I know the system is rigged because I use it." I said, "God damn." And then Hillary Clinton tried to punch him in the taxes. She said, "This man doesn't pay his taxes." He shot right back. "That makes me smart." And then he said, "If you want me to pay my taxes, then change the tax code. But I know you won't, because your friends and your donors enjoy the same tax breaks that I do." And with that, my friends, the star was born.
Mr. President, this is an extraordinary day. This is an issue that, I grew up in the Democratic Party, and every major Democratic leader for 20 years has been making this promise to the American people. This was the fulcrum of Bernie Sanders' runs for presidency, that he was going to eliminate this discrepancy between Europe and the United States. But as it turns out, none of them were doing it. It's one of these promises that politicians make to their constituents, knowing that they'll never have to do it. And the reason they'll never have to do it is because they know that Congress is controlled in so many ways by the pharmaceutical industry. There's at least one pharmaceutical lobbyist for every congressman, every senator in Capitol Hill, and every member of the Supreme Court. By some estimates, 3. Pharmaceutical companies, the industry itself spends 3 times what the next largest lobbyist spends on lobbying. So this was an issue that people talked about, but nobody wanted to do anything because it was radioactive. They knew you couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million, but he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage, I'll say, because I don't want to be crude, your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies. We spend in our country $1,126 per capita on drugs. In Britain, they spend about $240. They spend 1/5 of what we do. And this is true across Europe. And the drug companies, Europeans, if you ask them, it made no sense what they were saying. America has to pay for this innovation or it's not going to happen. President Trump is saying to our European partners is you got to raise the amount that you're paying for those drugs and pay for your share of the innovation. That the United States is no longer subsidizing that. If the Europeans raise the price of their drugs by just 20%, that is $10 trillion that can be spent on innovation, and the health of all people all across the globe is going to increase because we're going to have better products. So I'm just so grateful to be here today. I never thought that this would happen in my lifetime. I have a couple of kids who are Democrats, are big Bernie Sanders fans, and when I told them that this was going to happen, they had tears in their eyes because they thought this is never going to happen in our lifetime. And we finally have a president who's willing to stand up for the American people. Thank you.
Come
Today we reaffirm this important bond and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before. And by the way, it will remain that way. We don't go in and out like other people. It will remain that way. I believe it is God's job to sit in judgment, my job to defend America, and to promote the fundamental interests of stability, prosperity, and peace. That's what I really want to do. I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States or to help defend our allies. I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too. And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much.
Welcome, Patriots. It's 7 p.m. Do you know where your patriotism is? It's good to see you guys. Now it's good to see you guys. I was sick as a dog last night. I did that broadcast yesterday, and then I laid down and I slept and slept and slept and then slept some more. And the day I was yakking and working and yakking and working, but I'm here. Woo! I'm here. I feel like crap, but I'm here. It's good to see you guys. A lot of stuff been going on today. Like a lot of stuff. Makes me feel like we're so close to the end of all this stuff. So we're going to look at a lot of good things tonight. But I want to start off with this video that people are passing around, and I think you guys should too.
So stuff like this is not something that I usually post, and I'm just trying to get this information out there as much as possible just so I can find something out. And my heart goes out to anyone that has ever been through this, and I just know that it is the worst thing someone can go through. And so this is why I'm turning to social media for help, because you guys can get the information out there as much as possible and as fast as possible. So on May 9th, 2025, around 10:23 a.m., my dad called me like a normal Friday. We talked every day. He told me that I had to come get his dog to take care of him for the week because he was going on vacation. I asked him, okay, well, where are you going? What are you gonna do? Kind of like, when are you gonna be back? He's like, yeah, I don't really haven't made up my mind yet. But I can let you know. And I was like, okay, well, I'll be there soon. He's like, all right, there's gonna be some stuff on the table for you when you get here. And I was like, okay. So I left no later than 10 minutes. I got there approximately 15 minutes later, and he had already left. And what I found inside, I could never probably feel this feeling again. Inside on the table was his cell phone, his work phone, his social security card, his checkbook, his debit card, his silver collection, his insurance cards, his credit cards, his stack of papers of all the debt that he owed, and a note. In the note, it kind of just said like that he just had too much debt that he couldn't keep up with and was going on a permanent vacation. I immediately called police because I was freaking out. Obviously, this kind of looked like a suicide note, and that's what I was taking it as. The cops didn't really take it seriously at first. They were like, yeah, okay. I called multiple times to see if there was an update, and they kind of just blew me off. Like, yeah. So I took matters into my own hands, and that is when I made this flyer. This is what he looks like, his information, where he's from, what he was last wearing that I know of. I'm not 100% sure what he was wearing, but I know for a fact he was wearing tennis shoes and his Navy do-rag that looks like this. It's a U.S. Navy do-rag because he's a veteran. This is his vehicle. It's a 2014 GMC Terrain with these two stickers on the back. I have called OnStar. They can't track it because their equipment is not compatible with anything earlier than a 2015. I signed a declaration this morning that makes him missing nationwide and put as he is in danger. Any information you have, it doesn't matter if you saw him, his car, anything that maybe even resembled him or his car, just call 911 and say that Michael Renninger was seen at this location. I need this to be spread across the country, across the world for all I care. But like, this needs to get out because I can't do this. I can't do life without my dad. And I know a lot of people feel that way about their dad, but I can't. So any help is greatly appreciated, and I appreciate everyone that is reposting and sharing, and I would give you guys the world if I could, but right now I just want my dad.
So why did I share that? Well, number one, because that's what patriots do. Number two, because it's exactly the point of why this rat race we live in has to stop. Too many people have given up on life because of debt. and such. And it's so tragic. I've seen it happen so many times, and that's exactly what this situation sounds like with this guy, and he's missing. So if you happen to know anything or want to share it, that would be appreciated. So, of course, all these leaders are kind of in the same area right now. I want to look at this real quick. We're going to move on to the James O'Keefe stuff, his latest video out there. But, yeah, it seems a little weird. Zelensky very much wants Putin and Trump to come meet up with him in Turkey. Like, I don't know how I'd feel about that. It's like, come on, guys, come meet up with me. I promise we won't kill you. They should get him to come to Saudi Arabia. You come meet us in Saudi Arabia, you know. Inside Epstein's Island kitchen shows a baby photo in a sink with a toy. Kind of weird. Key questions. This can't be new because there's a new owner of the island now. So how was this obtained and why now? Questions, and more questions with James O'Keefe's newest video. Let's take a look.
O'Keefe Media is releasing never-before-seen footage from inside the buildings on Jeffrey Epstein's island. The island, known as Little St. James, is located in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Drones have flown overhead in the past, independent journalists have snuck ashore, but no footage or images from inside these buildings has ever been published until now. This footage was captured about a year after Epstein's arrest. In this world-exclusive, O'Keefe Media Group takes you through the kitchen inside the main mansion, a villa used for hosting high-profile visitors and events. Through our reporting, we can confirm this footage is authentic. You'll see the entire kitchen is a sterile white with stainless steel appliances. There are sparse decorations, including a few pieces of coral, but there does appear one prominent artwork, a large framed photo of a nude baby in a sink. The baby is holding a phallic-shaped object. The image is hung above the kitchen table. It begs the question, why did Jeffrey Epstein choose to place this image inside of a kitchen where visitors would eat, cook, and entertain? The publication of this footage comes on the heels of our report last week of a royal fixer admitting Prince Andrew had sex with underage girls. And also after a report last week on Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Yeah, and it's all with little kids.
Since those reports aired, we've received an uptick in outreach and tips, and we've heard from these sources that they don't trust anybody due to the lack of transparency and accountability in the United States government. We increasingly find ourselves in a circumstance where none of the criminals in the most powerful institutions in America are held to account for anything. And yet I report to you today, the truth always finds a way, and courage begets courage, which we know is happening as a result of these reports, because people are coming forward to us. Now, for the first time, I'm going to take you on a tour inside the buildings on Epstein Island in a series of video reports. We'll be dropping more soon. Support us and continue to look for our next breaking news on our website at o'keefemediagroup.com. Subscribe and you will get our reports first. And if you are one of the courageous ones who wants to tell the truth and shame the devil, reach out to us on our signal at 914-491-9395. Stay tuned.
Okay, so a little odd. Somehow he's managed to get footage from inside Epstein Island. Whole situation there still feels kind of weird. I think back to what I think it was Roseanne was saying about the Epstein stuff. I feel like she might be right that they're trying to get the country financially stable before they drop this information that's going to sink entire corporations and stuff. It's going to be explosive, but I think we're close to that. We're going to look at all that tonight. Has to do with Trump being over in Saudi Arabia and stuff. Pretty cool stuff happening today. Aside from that, there was a fire at Keir Starmer's home in the UK. Where were you this morning?
An early morning fire at one of Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's London properties has prompted a police investigation, with authorities cordoning off the entire residential street in northwest London. Fire crews rushed to the £2 million home just after 1:11 a.m, bringing the blaze under control within 22 minutes, though not before it caused significant damage to the property's entrance. The London Fire Brigade confirmed the rapid response prevented the flames from spreading beyond the front of the house. According to public records, the affected property is listed in Sir Keir's ministerial financial interests as a rental home, with the Prime Minister and his family having relocated to Downing Street following last July's general election. Metropolitan Police officers arrived on scene at 1:35 a.m. and have maintained a security cordon throughout the morning as forensic teams examine the cause of the fire. A police spokesperson confirmed no injuries were reported, but emphasised the investigation remains active, appealing to the public for any information regarding the suspicious blaze. The incident has drawn attention to the security arrangements surrounding the Prime Minister's properties, coming less than a year after Sir Keir took office. Authorities have urged witnesses or anyone with relevant information to contact the police reference CAD 441/12 May, as forensic specialists work to determine whether the fire was accidental or deliberately set.
That'll be good to know. I get what you're saying there, Chris. The interesting thing about freeing up people from the debt slavery is people will have the option to choose to do things. I think it's going to be exciting. Negative 48 talked about it a lot. It's been a while since we've listened to those videos. Maybe we'll have to get that out again later. Zelensky says he wants Trump to attend peace talks with Russia, urging him to help secure Putin's attendance as well. Interesting situation. I'll show you what Gene Ho had to say in a second.
I'm Andy Mack now here in the anchor chair, and we do have some big developments in terms of the war in Ukraine as a potential meeting between Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and Russian President could be happening as soon as Thursday in Turkey. And I do want to put up just this here, a statement on social media from the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, about this, saying, "We await a full and lasting ceasefire starting from tomorrow to provide the necessary basis for diplomacy. There is no point in prolonging the killings. I will be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday. Personally," he says, "I hope that this time the Russians will not look for excuses." And that is a big deal. The quote there saying, I will be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday. And this could be a substantial development.
I just don't trust the guy. I don't trust Zelensky. I don't trust Erdogan. I don't know. Something about it sounds like such a bad idea. What do you guys think? Should Putin and Trump come to Turkey together to meet with Zelensky? I don't know.
As we're following it, the latest saying he's hoping for that full and temporary ceasefire starting Monday. His comments came after President Donald Trump insisted Ukraine accept Russia's latest.
I would insist upon him traveling to Saudi Arabia to sign personally, since they're already over there. That's just my thought on it.
All right, friends, Gene Ho here, and I know some of you guys are wondering, where the heck have you been? Come on. I sometimes need to take a little break to let some of the things that I say kind of marinate. Let the Trump thing just kind of settle in there so I can do it. I told you so. But how long have I been talking to you about rare earth minerals? Of course, there's one called Ho. Who knew about that? Anyway, the rare earth element deal with Ukraine was key to everything, and that's why Trump was so after Greenland, because it was going to be either Greenland or it was going to be Ukraine. But because that deal is done, it is the first domino to fall, so everything else in Trump's plan comes into play.
Ukraine or Zealand? New Zealand. Why is that so important? It says it's going to be either one or the other because of the rare earth minerals. What are these rare earth minerals, you think, that we need so very, very, very badly? You say lithium? I don't know. That's interesting, though. The way he made it sound there, like it was very, very important to what Trump's doing. So maybe it has something to do with the whole energy dominance thing. The state of California is being investigated by the Department of Homeland Security for allegedly providing federal benefits to migrants who are here illegally. Yeah, that's never good. It's still going on.
This just in, California being investigated by the Department of Homeland Security for allegedly providing federal benefits to immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally. The California Cash Assistance Program is being subpoenaed over the matter. Federal officials are accusing the program of helping migrants receive benefits even though they're not eligible for Social Security. We have reached out to Governor Newsom's office for comment, but have not heard back.
California is going to end up losing all their funding, I swear. And it's like even the schools and stuff. Let me show you this picture from today. I wasn't sure if I was going to share it or not, but I might as well because I think it's from California. Trans athlete dominated the girls' high school, the long jump and the triple jump track event. Transgender junior soared over every female athlete, including a triple jump win by nearly 3 feet. She now heads to the finals, robbing a real female athlete of her opportunity. She'll be robbing her school of their funding, too, once it comes back to Trump's administration. That's how these schools are going to get cut off, but I suppose she doesn't care as long as she wins that long jump. She, creepy. Horde of World War II era Nazi propaganda and membership documents have been unearthed in the basement of Argentina's Supreme Court, where it has lain stashed in champagne crates since 1941. Take a look. 83 boxes in Argentina. Guess it's clear where they went after the war. It's going to be interesting to go through, though. I hope the same happens with the Vatican and the Smithsonian. All kinds of cool stuff we're going to get to look at down the line here. This next story is gonna make you crazy. So Klaus Schwab and your World Economic Forum type people, the people that were really pushing those vaccines on you guys, they trusted them so much, but everywhere they flew, they refused to have pilots that were vaccinated. They banned vaccinated pilots from transporting members of the World Economic Forum to and from Davos because of the security risk that it posed. Isn't that something? You're going to shit a brick.
The U.S. Freedom Flyers, Josh Yoder, he's the head president of the U.S. Freedom Flyers. He said they're getting calls now from wealthy businessmen and companies to fly their executives around on business jets with unvaccinated crew. Now, they get the luxury of being able to choose because there are still a large amount of crew available in the United States who are not vaccinated because the companies they work for didn't mandate it. And
Yes.
these wealthy businessmen are requiring unvaccinated crew on their business jets. Now, passengers on an airline, buy a ticket, don't have that luxury. It's just like, okay.
Ain't that something? They refuse to fly with vaccinated pilots. What a bunch of asshats. It's your fault people are vaccinated. Dear God. All right. So United States approved a $1.4 billion weapons sale to the United Arab Emirates while signing a series of agreements on energy, defense, and other areas with Saudi Arabia, about $600 billion worth there. A lot of things signed today. Saudi company investing $20 billion in AI in the United States. And the United States and the Saudi Arabia inked a massive $142 billion arms deal as well. And they had fun signing things. Of course, it's not all that happened today. There's a lot of good things that happened. Trump said he's inviting them to join the Abraham Accords, saying they'll do it on their own time.
Abraham Accords, and it's my fervent hope, wish, and even my dream that Saudi Arabia, a place I have such respect for, especially over the last fairly short period of time, what you've been able to do, but we'll soon be joining the Abraham Accords. I think it'll be a tremendous tribute to your country, and it will be something that's really going to be very important for the future of the Middle East. I took a risk in doing them, and they've been an absolute bonanza for the countries that have joined. The Biden administration did nothing for 4 years. We would have had it filled out. But it will be a special day in the Middle East with the whole world watching when Saudi Arabia joins us. And you'll be greatly honoring me, and you'll be greatly honoring all of those people that have fought so hard for the Middle East. And I really think it's going to be...
It's a big deal for the Middle East. You know, it may not mean so much to people over here, but... it's a pretty big deal overall. The Abraham Accords, bilateral agreements on Arab-Israeli normalization signed between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, between Israel and Bahrain in 2020, mediated by the U.S. So it's, you know, trying to keep people getting along in the Middle East, and I think Saudi Arabia can play a big part towards that in the future. He also had a good message for Iran, extending an olive branch with a firm warning, peace, or I will inflict maximum pressure. A good message to Iran.
Yet I'm here today not merely to condemn the past chaos of Iran's leaders, but to offer them a new path and a much better path toward a far better and more hopeful future. As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world, even if our differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran. I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're...
Get motivated by enemies. This, I thought, was a little better.
But with that said, Iran can have a much brighter future, but will never allow America and its allies to be threatened with terrorism or nuclear attack. The choice is theirs to make. We really want them to be a successful country. We want them to be a wonderful, safe, great country. But they cannot.
I know you guys have probably seen a lot of that all day today, going on the news anyway. Of course, he lifted sanctions on Syria to give them a new shot with new leadership.
Likewise, in Syria, which has seen so much misery and death, there is a new government that will hopefully succeed in stabilizing the country and keeping peace. That's what we want to see in Syria. They've had
peace in Syria would be great. Coming back over here to the United States, though, the U.S. government's assuming control of Rikers Island prison in New York. We'll take a look.
We're following breaking news. Rikers Island, a jail complex in New York City, had faced the possibility of a federal takeover due to persistent violence, unsafe conditions. That's what happened. It is now no longer in control of New York City. New York City officials are no longer in control of it. An outside official will now report directly to a federal judge. That's according to a 77-page ruling saying a remediation manager will work with the city correction commissioner to take all actions necessary to fix the jail. The judge notes the changes will take some time, but they expect to see continual progress toward the goals.
Prisoners getting too violent? Bring in the crew from El Salvador and have them run around for a bit. There was an earthquake here about 2 miles away from my house last night, a 3.3. Some of these earthquakes are weird. There's just no... They're in weird places, I guess you could say. No boundaries. This came up today. This is such an important post. Should we ban pharma ads on TV and end the fake news once and for all? With one move now left, now that they've cut the pharma costs, if they end pharma ads, not only would it about be the death knell of big pharma, but it would also end fake news and cable television completely. I hope they do it. I know they're going to do it. It's going to happen. And it's going to be like last nail in the big pharma coffin. It's right around the corner. And God, I can't wait. And of course, the rhinos and Democrats are already coming out finding reasons to complain about the lowering of drug costs, starting with Tom Tillis. Here comes the pushback. Take a look.
Most favored nation coming out of the administration. All these other things are short-sighted, unsustainable measures that are not going to produce the result I do believe all of us on this committee want to achieve. It's not the what, but we've got a very wide range of differences on the how. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I look for a lot more of that to come. People standing up for the big pharma companies because they act like they've got no choice. But you've always got a choice. That kind of pushback is going to be the end of some of their careers. The Florida Highway Patrol can now independently conduct immigration enforcement operations separate from federal government involvement. That's kind of exciting, actually. They could do that with a lot of police departments.
What we have now with FHP is that they are able to conduct immigration operations wholly independent of the federal government. And there's no one else in the country where they're doing that. Now, Tidal Wave was a task force model where they were working in conjunction. These guys now at FHP, they can do operations, they can get illegals, and they can do everything that an immigration officer would do up until the point where they get processed for removal. Now, we've put plans on the table to say we can handle that too. In Florida, we've got the best emergency response and management capabilities in the country. You've seen swift responses after major hurricanes. I mean, we've had 6 in the last 7 years, but just think we had 2 this past year. We had a third that wasn't a major, but was still significant. And then in
All right, moving on from the Florida Highway Patrol, which that is a big deal, and I hope that happens to a lot of places. I want to show everyone this post I found on Melissa Red Pill's page. Every citizen over 21 is slated to receive $100,000 a month for 11 years. That's $13.2 million per person through QFS accounts. It sounds unreal, but that's exactly what they want you to think. This is not a fantasy. This is retribution. Debt forgiveness is coming. Mortgage erased. Loans gone. Credit card interest not only returned but paid back with 3.5% interest per year. Income taxes reimbursed. All those years you were bled dry, they owe you. You've been forced into compliance with threats and lies, and now the tables are turning. Your birth certificate, marriage certificates, even death certificates traded on global markets like cattle. That ends now. Your value is being returned to you. No strings attached, no sign-ups, just justice. Social Security and disability payments skyrocketing. Seniors and disabled patriots will finally be treated with dignity. $5,000 a month or more as promised. The Vatican's power is cracking. The Jesuit-controlled banking empire is being seized. The quantum voting system, quantum education, and quantum healthcare are ready. We're not just watching history, we're witnessing the destruction of the deep state's entire system. A new financial world is being born. Brace yourselves, the countdown to liberation has begun. Now, we watched Melissa Red Pill the other night. She's pretty straightforward about things. How she knows this stuff, I don't know, but that's wild. But that's kind of what we're all expecting. It's what I've been expecting. It's mainly been a timing game. But I'll tell you what, Elon Musk is a big proponent of this too. He was talking about his Elon bots today, and this plays a big role in this. Elon Musk foresees a different world fast approaching where there'll be tens of billions of humanoid bots. There's kind of a point to that. We're going to look at it. A couple things he had to say.
We just showed to His Royal Highness some of your Optimus robots.
Yeah.
And to President Trump.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. Tell me about them.
Yes. So we just showed several of our Tesla Optimus robots to His Highness and President Trump. And I think they were very impressed. In fact, one of our robots did the Trump dance, which I thought was pretty cool.
The YMCA, yeah?
Yeah, to YMCA. So, yeah, our robots can dance. They can walk around. They can interact. I think we're headed to a radically different world. I think a good world, an interesting world. My prediction, actually, for humanoid robots is that ultimately, there will be tens of billions. I think everyone will want to have their personal robot. You can think of it like as though you had your own personal C-3PO or R2-D2, but even better. Then who wouldn't want to have their own personal C-3PO, R2-D2? That would be pretty great.
Well, I would take that, but it's mainly about what they can do for the workforce.
Once you have humanoid robots, the actual economic output potential is tremendous. It's really unlimited. Potentially, we could have an economy 10 times the size of the current global economy, where no one wants for anything. Sometimes in AI they talk about universal basic income. I think it's actually going to be universal high income. Where anyone can have any goods or services that they want. A science fiction book recommendation that I have, which I think is probably the best envisioning of an AI future, is the Culture books by Ian Banks. Very highly recommended for a non-dystopian view of the future. Now, there obviously are some risks, which illustrate perhaps if we don't do this right, you could have like a James Cameron sort of movie, Terminator. We don't want that one. But having sort of a Star Trek future would be great, where we're out there exploring the stars, discovering the nature of the universe, and a level of prosperity and hopefully happiness that we can't quite imagine yet.
Nobody wants for anything. You'd have to have these robots to do jobs humans wouldn't want to do. But then think about your life relaxed if you're not in the rat race. There would be different things you would want to do. You would want to help. It's about the line between good and evil. The line of good is serving each other. It's doing good deeds. Some people could probably close themselves in their houses and do nothing, but that's not the way. I think it's going to be an exciting future, and I think it's just around the corner, in my opinion. This not so hot about. Apple wants people to control their devices with their thoughts. Apple has new tech intended to enable people to control their iPhones and other devices with neural signals captured by a new generation of brain implants. Yeah, you're not putting anything in my brain, buddy. I don't like my phone that much. Don't like my phone at all, really. We looked at this. This is what Melissa Redmond. I mean, $100,000 a month for 11 years. I'll take it. Would you guys take it? I'm sure you would. Change your lives with it. I thought this was interesting. Right before Trump left for Saudi Arabia, he made this statement. I can't remember if we talked about this yesterday or not. Just, I thought it was interesting.
And they have. And they did it for a lot of reasons, but trade is a big one. We're going to do a lot of trade with Pakistan. We're going to do a lot of trade with India. We're negotiating with India right now. We're going to be soon negotiating with Pakistan. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed. So I'm very proud of that. I also want to thank
It's still an interesting situation. I wonder if they're minding the peace over there in Pakistan and India. Israel, on the other hand, they're trying to figure out what to do next, saying that war may be paused, but it won't end until Hamas is eliminated. Over half of Gazans will want to leave. The situation's changed in the coming days. We will go into Gaza with full force to complete the operation. Completing the operation means subduing Hamas. It means destroying Hamas, the premier tells the reservists in a video shared by the PMO. As Israel sends a delegation to Doha for final efforts at reaching a ceasefire hostage deal before President Trump concludes his Middle East visit, Netanyahu says maybe Hamas will say, wait, we want to release 10 more hostages. Fine, bring them, we'll take them, and then we'll go in. But there will be no situation where we stop the war. And MJ Truth says that Netanyahu's gone batshit crazy. Yeah, I think he has. Nobody's going to negotiate with that. Oh, we'll give you your hostage back. Then we'll come attack you. It's getting out of control. This guy lays it out pretty well.
Trump is doing it again. He is destroying the agenda for a satanic one world government by cutting ties with Netanyahu. The sole reason that Israel was funded and founded by the heads of global Satanism, the Rothschilds, was to make it the headquarters of their satanic one world government. Israel has always ridden on the back of America. They have been sucking America dry. They are the ones who have been taking all our tax dollars through US aid, through military aid, through all kinds of funding. They have almost the entire American government in their pocket through Jeffrey Epstein. He has been sexually trapping thousands of influential people and almost everybody in the American government. And then they recorded their sexual conduct with children, and they used it to blackmail them, to force the entire American government, the entire American news media, everybody with power and influence. They tried to lure all of them into that situation where they had sexual conduct with minors. It was recorded on film and then blackmailed so that everybody would serve the interests of Israel, that everybody would do exactly as Israel wanted. The purpose of Israel has always been to be the center of a one world satanic government. They have been brainwashing the whole world, and the United Nations has been pushing this along with the Lucas Trust. The Lucas Trust, originally called the the Lucifer Trust, was founded after World War II, and they have issued the world's prayer. The world's prayer is a prayer that is translated in
and I know we saw that yesterday maybe, but it's exactly the point. What Epstein was doing, it was all about Israel having stuff on everybody. This is my WTF video today. It's hard to follow and understand, but I'm going to slow it down and try and read it. RV cloaked in pharma. The Trojan horse just rolled through the gates. He didn't say RV, but he totally did. He talked about value realignment. He said the U.S. would no longer pay more than the rest of the world. He triggered trillions of dollars in savings. Used most favored nation status code for equalized global value. He framed it all as starting immediately. This was a currency reset announcement cloaked in medicine. The days of the U.S. being drained are over. Value will now be fair, balanced, and global. The switch is flipping quietly behind the scenes. Hidden wealth transfer revealed, old system exposed, new financial architecture implied, gold-backed fair value economics. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys understand it a little better. That's why I thought I'd share it, but do you see something hidden in there about the new currency system? I feel like it's close. Something's getting... They're winding up to something. So those are just Trump posts. So moving forward in our news tonight, this story's gotten a little weird.
So I was tagged in a video about this story. And the reason I was tagged was because of my last video, which was about this man, James Dolan, and what happened at Madison Square Garden the other night. And the question I was asked is, are these two people connected? And that's an interesting question, and I'm going to show you why. You see, this guy, Terry Dolan, is a ghost. And what I mean by that is, for somebody that worked for US Bank for 21 years and had a seat at the table with US Bancorp, there's little to no information you can find out about him. A couple career moves, some personal details, but that's about it. But see, it's those little details that matter. All right, now let's jump back to James Dolan. Runs Madison Square Garden, Radio City Music Hall, New York Rangers, New York Knicks, and his dad, Charles Dolan, creator of HBO, as well as Cablevision. Well, see, that little family also has a ghost. His name, Terry Dolan, son of Charles Dolan. And you want to know how you can tell they're actively trying to hide somebody? Change your question up a little bit. Now, let's get to the details. The Dolan name is Irish Catholic. In fact, that name has a pretty heavy presence in the Catholic Church. Now, one of the few details you can actually find out about Terry Dolan, he was heavily involved in the Catholic Church. Funny how that works. All right, now that you know those details, it's time to go to work. What was this whole crash? And why is a bank saying that this dude, who was their employee, is the one who was driving it, even though there's no real evidence of that? Remember, Terry here is a part of US Bank. And in case you haven't been paying attention, the banks are exactly who's been on the chopping block lately. And I know a lot of people are paying attention to USAID, but who remembers the PPP loans, the Payment Protection Program that was supposed to help small businesses make it through a struggling time? Well, what a lot of people don't know is, even though this was supposed to be for small businesses, well, the Catholic Church received over $3 billion in taxpayer dollars through this program. And the funny part about that is, US Bank dished out $7 billion all on its own. And especially considering the SBA, the Small Business Association, was the one who set up the PPP loans, and the recent exposure they've gotten, none of this smells legit to me. But what do I know? Y'all stay safe.
Sounds like they used the PPP loans, the left, as a bit of a faucet during COVID when Trump was shutting them off. That's an interesting story. Interim U.S. Attorney Ed Martin has launched an investigation into Joe Biden's auto pen pardons. You remember those, don't you?
And it looks at least like something that you could be corrupt. When Bill Clinton pardoned Mark Rich, and turns out that Mark Rich had paid a boatload of money to one of Clinton's friends, lawyers, that's not corrupt. It's not criminal because the plenary power of the pardon. But in the case of Joe Biden and his pardons, they were so specific. Back 14 years, covering everything you've ever done. And when I say specific, they were broad, but they had time stuff on them. It was and that least leads to questions because the plenary power is true, but the question is what was going on here. And I did get responses from some of them, and those things are ongoing.
Yeah, those are very specific pardons. It's like, you just drew attention to yourself. We need pardons for those crimes we weren't committing. In the meantime, people on the left are trying to impeach Trump again. He officially filed those articles he was talking about filing.
I took an oath to protect the Constitution of this great nation. I'm an immigrant who came to this country with just $20 in my pocket. The United States has given me so much. I love America, and I will do anything to protect our Constitution and our democratic values.
Or to catch 12 seconds of fame for trying to impeach Trump, which just, afraid that's not going to happen. Not this time. And in another story, 2 Florida men kidnapped 2 teenage girls. Conveniently, the news left out that they were illegal aliens. They kidnapped 2 14-year-olds.
2 Florida men face kidnapping charges after police found them with 2 teenage girls from Johnston County. Authorities took 18-year-old Erickson Ulo Flores and 22-year-old Edwin Cardenas into custody on Sunday night. Both men are from Daytona Beach. They're accused of kidnapping a 14-year-old girl and a 15-year-old girl from Clayton. More charges are pending for the 2 men as they await extradition to North Carolina.
You know what's sad is you might expect that from a stranger or like an illegal alien, but then when it's someone you're supposed to trust, like your music teacher, ICE arrested a former Massachusetts music teacher, couple of them, for sexually exploiting children. We'll take a look at that sad story.
Music teacher Joshua DeWitt facing child pornography charges. The 50-year-old employed at the Cambridge private school Buckingham, Brown and Nichols and previously working at Cambridge Public Schools. The DA's office alleges DeWitt used the social media platform Snapchat to communicate with multiple boys under the age of 18. And the chats were allegedly sexual in nature. At Cambridge District Court yesterday, DeWitt was arraigned on several charges related to child porn, accused of exchanging videos and photos with minors online.
You know what? The internet's a problem. Think of it as like a bad bounce house. You would take a bounce house to a kid's party. You might have kids in there. You might take it to a frat party and you have all frat people in there. But you don't take a bounce house and you put kids in there and 50-year-olds in there and 20-year-olds. And the internet, you're just putting too many people of all age groups all around each other, and your kids, man, you got to watch your kids on the internet. So freaking dangerous. And in Houston, another roundup. This one rounded up 422 illegals.
Right now. So this is a Fox News alert riding along with ICE agents during a week-long operation in Texas as they arrest hundreds. And they take some of the most dangerous criminal migrants off the streets, including a convicted murderer.
Brooke Taylor is live in Houston with the details. Hey, Brooke.
Hi, guys. Yeah, we joined ICE on this exclusive week-long operation. In total, they arrested 422 illegal migrants. The majority had criminal convictions or pending criminal convictions. So we're talking everything from murder, aggravated assault to sexual assault of a child.
21 plus years for murder in Colombia. He was involved in a lot of organized crime in Colombia.
ICE officers pull up and arrest this illegal migrant who, according to ICE, is a convicted murderer from Colombia. He was caught by Border Patrol last year, then released under the Biden administration's catch and release policies. And watch this, a twice deported illegal migrant from Mexico. He tried to flee in his car, then make a run for it before he was captured and eventually arrested. According to ICE, he has multiple convictions in the U.S., including arson, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and DWI.
This is a week-long operation where we really flood the zone with additional resources from all these agencies and come together to try and make the biggest impact and get as many of these folks off the streets as we possibly can.
And more than 200 of the illegal migrants arrested during this operation had final orders of removal, including this 36-year-old criminal migrant from El Salvador. ICE is speeding up that removal process, so this is new. Fox got an exclusive look at 80 detainees boarding this plane to the El Paso hub. So instead of bringing them to detention centers, taking up that limited space, illegal migrants with final orders of removal, they are being transferred to these hub locations immediately so that they could be quickly deported to their home countries.
We can arrest the individual this morning, process him this afternoon, and have him on a removal flight this evening, same day, saving taxpayer cost and just to make it a more efficient and expedited process to get these folks out of the country.
And meanwhile, at the southern border, CBP just released those monthly numbers yesterday. And according to those numbers, it just continues to stay significantly down at the southern border. Apprehensions right now about 90% lower right now than this time frame last year, guys.
I mean, just great job out there, Brooke. I've been hearing from some of the guys of all the locations you've been going, and you've just been crushing it out there. These people will just roam in the country, and it has totally changed with this new administration.
It's a hell of a roundup, I'd say. 422 illegals. Moving on, the footage has emerged of the MS-13 illegal alien gang members stabbing 3 correction officers in that violent Virginia prison ambush. What do you think should happen to these guys? Sounds like some of our prisons are getting out of control, but that's why they're sending these people down to El Salvador and other places. Oh, those guys got overpowered. I'm actually surprised they released this footage. Where the hell were all those other guards? They were on lunch break. Wow. Wild footage right there. In other news, Wisconsin Judge Hannah Dugan was just indicted by a grand jury for assisting criminal aliens in evading ICE. How long should she go to jail for? Well, let's see. They gave Tina Peters 9 years, and she really didn't do anything, so... Trump posted this. The Boeing 747 is being given to the United States Air Force Department of Defense, not to me. It's a gift from a nation, Qatar, that we have successfully defended for many years. It will be used by our government as a temporary Air Force One until such time as our new Boeings, which are very late on delivery, arrive. Why should our military, and therefore our taxpayers, be forced to pay hundreds of millions of dollars when they can get it for free from a country that wants to reward us for a job well done? This big savings will be spent instead to make America great again. Only a fool would not accept this gift on behalf of our country. Yeah, people are really having a cow over that one. I've seen that over and over and over again. So I think that's about all our news. I want to watch this video tied around what happened on J6. It's kind of interesting. And then I want to take a look at an update with Ricardo Bosey. So stick around, and I'll be with you in the chat.
And I briefed all of the leadership of the plans to get them back into chambers. That would have been call number 3 with Speaker Pelosi. So you didn't have one call, you didn't have two calls, you had 3 calls. So Speaker Pelosi's comments that she didn't speak to you are inaccurate.
That is correct, sir.
Today we're here to discuss the security failures that occurred on January 6, 2021, and how we can prevent these failures from occurring again. I want to dive into the questions, Chief Sund. In your transcribed interview, you mentioned that you met with the House Sergeant at Arms regarding the National Guard prior to January 6th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who was the House Sergeant at Arms leading up to and on January 6th?
That would be Paul Irving.
And the House Sergeant at Arms is appointed by who?
It was appointed at that time by Speaker Pelosi.
And in your transcribed interview, you mentioned that when you first brought up the National Guard to the House Sergeant at Arms in the days leading up to January 6th, that Mr. Irving said he, quote, didn't like the optics, end quote. Is that correct?
That is correct. He referenced being concerned for optics.
And on January 6th, when you went to Mr. Irving to get his approval to call in the Guard, Mr. Irving said he would, quote, run it up the chain. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That was a telephone call. I didn't see him in person when I first made that request.
The House Sergeant at Arms is considered probably the most senior security official on the House side. When Mr. Irving says he has to, quote, run it up the chain, end quote, what did that mean?
I took that to mean his leadership chain.
And who would be his leadership chain? If he's functionally the most senior security official on the House side, correct?
That's his title. That's part of the title, the senior law enforcement official for the House of Representatives. But he would have been referring to the leadership team that goes up to Speaker Pelosi.
So the political leadership team, meaning elected officials, not another security official. Is that
that is correct, sir? He's the top security official for the House.
So running up the chain would most likely, in your opinion, is through the Speaker's office and possibly to Speaker Pelosi?
That would be where it ends, yes.
Okay, so let's park that there, and then let's jump to a second set here. In a press conference on January 7th, Speaker Pelosi called for your resignation on national television. Speaker Pelosi also stated that she had not talked to you since the initial breach of the Capitol. But according to your transcribed interview, you were on the phone with Speaker Pelosi a few times. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, that is correct. I spoke to Speaker Pelosi 3 times that evening, and she went on national TV and said I'd never spoken to her, but I spoke to her 3 times. The three times were the first time when I went over to brief Vice President Pence at the secure location. I'd called House Sergeant at Arms Irving, told him I was going over to brief the Vice President. I was also going over to do a personal assessment of the Capitol. At that point, things were getting under control. Went over there, briefed him on when we can get them back into chambers with Mr. Irving being fully aware. He said he wanted to get Speaker Pelosi on the phone. He made a phone call from his cell phone at approximately 5:34, where I first briefed Speaker Pelosi. The second call was when I left that location. As I was walking away, I met up with Mr. Stenger, and we started walking over to the Senate to go brief the Senate. When Jennifer Hemingway, I believe it was Jennifer Hemingway, handed me the cell phone, and it was Emily Barrett's cell phone calling her, and it was Speaker Pelosi on the other line. This is my second call with Speaker Pelosi, questioning the information I'd given to Vice President Pence about when we can get back into chambers. I assured her that information was correct. I could get them back into chambers by 7 p.m., and the call ended. That was call number 2. Call number 3 was 6:25 p.m. I was over at the Senate from the secure location, from where the Senate had been sequestered, and on a cell phone using Robert Karam's cell phone, they dialed leadership, who was over off-site at a secure location, and I briefed all of leadership of the plans to get them back into chambers. That would have been call number 3 with Speaker Pelosi.
So you didn't have 1 call, you didn't have 2 calls, you had 3 calls. So Speaker Pelosi's comments that she didn't speak to you are inaccurate.
That is correct, sir.
Let me shift gears and go back as it relates to the optics of bringing people up to Capitol Hill and running things up the chain of command, ultimately to the Speaker's office. Do you think Speaker Pelosi's office or Speaker Pelosi herself politicized Capitol security?
I have no idea on that, sir.
Okay. Any other clarifications you'd like to make as it relates to Speaker Pelosi's comments that you didn't speak to her?
I just, wish she had considered that, wish she had considered some of the stuff that I faced and the efforts I went through to bring in the outside resources on that day before she called for her resignation.
Thank you very much for being here. I yield back.
Thank you, Jim. The leader and Jim are exactly right. This has always been about politics, and today's actions of the Speaker just confirm that. But frankly, and I've said this before, what else are they going to talk about? I mean, they're so focused on the January 6th committee. What else are they going to talk? Are they going to talk about crime? The fact that crime is up in every major urban area in this country. They're going to talk about the border crisis. I mean, think about this. March was the highest month on record for illegal crossings until April. April was the highest month on record until May. May was the highest month on record until June. Can't talk about that. They're going to talk about inflation. They're going to talk about the fact that the price of eggs is up, the price of milk is up, the price of bread is up, the price of gas is up, the price of an airline ticket is up, the price of the price of everything is up. They can't talk about that. So they're going to be partisan, and they're going to focus on this. But as the leader said, and as Mr. Banks said, I don't think they're going to address the fundamental question. The fundamental question of why wasn't there a proper security presence at the Capitol that day? They're not going to address that. And only one person can answer that question. Only one. Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. My hunch is the reason they don't want to address that question, my hunch is because what happened all last year? The Democrats normalized anarchy. They normalized rioting and looting. And when rioters and looters attacked our law enforcement personnel, when rioters and looters destroyed small businesses, what did Democrats do? They went out and raised money to bail them out of jail, and they continue to talk about defunding the police, and in fact did that in all these major urban areas, which is why crime is up. So they don't want to talk about that stuff. They just want to be partisan. They just want to continue to attack the former president. They want to play their political game. So I applaud Leader McCarthy for saying we're going to do our job. We're going to continue to work and get to the bottom and answer the questions that the leader raised, the questions that, frankly, the American people want answers to.
Honestly, I agree. Last Congress, the other side passed a lot of very bad bills. I don't think quantity of bills is a good legislation, and actually wasted a lot of money. And unfortunately, they had control on whole houses and presidency and were able to do a lot of bad legislation and not dealing with real issues affecting Americans, crushing debt, inflation, and the spending, and what's happening on our border is very destructive for our country. And they don't want to do, and they don't even want to find bipartisan agreement on these issues, this Congress, which is very sad for me to see. I know there is a lot of discussions about, January 6th, and I've been in the chamber January 6th, and I'll tell you something, we call this insurrection. I'll have to tell you, if the people that show up there wanted to do it, they would have succeeded, but they didn't show up for that reason. It was people that were upset because the quality of people came there. They were mad because we are not governing for the people. And that's unfortunately what was very strange to me, that Speaker Pelosi didn't have a security. Speaker Pelosi insisted for us to stay in the chamber, where I personally demanded to leave that chamber. So a lot of things, the other side dropped the ball. And it was very unfortunate for me to see that. So I think this is beyond the subject of this matter, but we need to stop, accusing people that disagree with the government that been very corrupt and oppressive, to actually come here and, express peacefully their dissatisfaction. And there are always some bad players, and who knows who they are. But we don't call all people insurrectionists. This is just un-American to do it. And I'm sick and tired of the other side constantly doing it, because I knew a lot of people that were there in the crowd, and they're good Americans, patriotic, that love this country. But go first.
I just wanted to show you a little bit of that. Finally getting to the bottom of some of that. It's amazing. We waited so long for all this stuff to come around, didn't we? Some of us probably never thought it would, and here it is. Now we're going to look at the final phase coming with Ricardo Bosey, and it's going to be fun. Skip
Good
ahead
evening,
for a
ladies and
second. Skip ahead. There we go.
excellent, excellent. Now I'm really excited about this presentation, but before we get started, I just want to go back to last week. You, at the end of the last week's green room, you were talking about call signs, and we've had two people that have some suggestions for you for your call sign. The first one is the rug.
Yeah.
What do you think of the rug?
No, rug. Yeah, no, rug was my. I got that nickname in the army in the first 10 seconds, because as soon as I arrived at the Royal Military College, you go up to your room and you got to fill in the nameplate, and you put your initials, your name, and it was RUG Bosie for Ricardo Humberto Guarino. And one of the senior classmen walked past and went, Rug, what the hell's that? And it stuck. Funny thing though was, so I'm known as Rug Bosie in the military. Funny thing though, I was a platoon commander in a company with another guy, and his name was Matt. And then we both ended up being not only platoon commanders, we were both troop commanders in SAS, Matt and Rug, and then we were company commanders in the commando regiment. We were Matt and Rug, and for years they used to laugh at us. I couldn't figure out why. Matt and Rug were the two bosses, Matt and Rug. So Rug's good. I'm good with Rug. I'm comfortable with that.
Well, the other one is Sir. So someone had a suggestion. Maybe we'd call you Sir.
No. I used to be frightfully important. Now I'm just me. So no, I'll stick with Rug. I'm good with that. Thanks for that.
And we had an American that commented and said, I'm an American and would be disappointed if you didn't fill the swear jar.
If Sarah keeps setting me up with provocative questions at the end of the show, it'll be full by the end of the show without a doubt.
I timed them precisely. And we had a comment this evening and someone said, looking forward to the swear jar overflowing. So I'm excited to see what the presentation is, Rick, and the content that you'll be sharing with us this evening. And hopefully we might be able to get one or two questions in. As I mentioned before, put it into the comment section. Otherwise, just enjoy the show. And hopefully next week when we come back on, we'll have time for questions. Okay, Rick, shall we get started?
Let's do it. Thanks, Sarah.
All right. Do you want to bring up the presentation and I will load it on the screen?
There we go.
Beautiful. Okay. It's all yours. Good to go.
Thanks, Sarah. Right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us tonight. Longish presentation, as Sarah indicated. Data heavy, but it's important for this phase of the operation. We can't afford to be making silly mistakes. So, defeating the matrix. Now, some of you will find this old hat, you know a lot of it, you know, might know most of it, you might not even know more than me. Good chance of that. This is intended to be a comprehensive, short, but reasonably concise run through on issues for a lot of new people who are joining us. And there are more and more every day, every week and every month, there are more and more joining us. And so there's a bit of a recap, as well as a position we're going to take with any number of issues. So let's go through it now. Let's just kick off with Saving Australia. This is a war, folks. This is a real war. There has been a kinetic part for many, many years now. Brave men and women facing dangers, some being wounded, some being killed. So there is a real war here. And so I just wanted to set the scene for what we have all been doing, all Australia One, you brilliant, beautiful people out there in Australia One, what we've been doing for many, many, many years now. So here we go. You're all soldiers one way or another. I wanted to kick off with that just to remind everybody what a great country we have. This brilliant civilization that we're part of. Just a small part, but a big part. What we inherit from Western civilization, and there are some ignorant barbarians out there that say we have no culture. Please. We draw from ancient Greece, ancient Rome, Great Britain, our Christian foundations. It's the greatest civilization the planet's ever seen. That's why everybody wants it. So there you go, folks. Well done. Well done, each and every one of you, fighting for our country. Rightio, let's move on. Tonight's agenda. Quickfire news, destroying the matrix. We're going to cover an intention, obstacles, the truth, tactics and techniques of the enemy, the divide and conquer. And tonight we're going to use Islam as the subject to exemplify how they divide and conquer, but it applies to just about everything. Next week I might put in how they use the LGBTQ++ to divide and conquer. And then if we've got time, we might hit up some Q&A. Okay, first of all, AEC update, election update from the Australian Electoral Commission. If you want to believe it, don't bother. It's all a lie. Please wake up. It's a lie. It's a lie. Unfortunately, a lot of people still believe it. We've provided the evidence countless times, as you've heard me say, and for the new people, we've contested 6 elections, state and federal, and we've provided ample evidence of out-and-out corruption by the Australian Electoral Commission and their staff. And the good news is RICO law applies and you're all going to go to jail. But the sad part is the people deserve better. Now, here's a piece to camera by a young farmer, I don't doubt he's got a wife and kids, and he's doing his best for this country. And they deserve better. Let's just hear what he's got to say, because I tell you what, I don't know who this guy is, but we've got a great plan for him and his family and for the rest of the country.
Well, it's a beautiful Sunday morning in Australia. The election took place yesterday, and it's just so disappointing that Labor's got in again. Our country needs a Prime Minister that's going to work for the people, achieve things, get Australia back on its feet. We don't need to be flooded with hundreds and thousands of immigrants. The housing crisis, the homeless, and the unemployed. We don't need immigrants here. We really don't. Mr. Albanese, all you're doing is fucking everything. Australia's never going to get back on its feet. Australians are never going to have a voice in Parliament anymore. The immigrants are going to keep voting for the wankers that throw out the handouts to them and let all the other immigrants in the country so their families can run away from their bullshit government. It's not going to be long, guys. Australia's going to turn into a third world country. It's on our doorstep now, and it's here to stay. So brace yourselves. Honestly, brace yourselves, because it's not good the way it's going. And you know what? I'm not a very political person, so for me to say something about it, it's obvious pretty fucked. That's what it is. It's fucked. Mr. Albanese, you need to fuck off. You need to surrender your job. And all you people that voted for Labor, fucking shame on you. You've got no idea what's going on. You all live in the city. You're all do-gooders and fucking Greens and all that other bullshit. And the real Aussies, we've forgotten about. It's disgusting. It's actually fucking heartbreaking. That's what it is. It's fucking heartbreaking to see our country go to shit. Anyway, try and enjoy your Sunday, guys.
Well, he's right, except we're turning it around, and we've got a better future than that young man could ever imagine. So keep the faith, keep driving forward. We're going to be okay. Now let's look at one of my favourite political leaders around the country, and it's not because she's from Italy. This Giorgia Meloni is an absolute firecracker. She's brilliant. Have a listen to this.
The solution is not to take Africans and move them to Europe. The solution is to free Africa from certain Europeans who exploit it and allow these people to live off what they have. This is called the CFA franc, a colonial currency that France prints for 14 African nations, and by virtue of which it exploits the resources of this nation. This is a child working in a gold mine in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is one of the poorest nations in the world. For Burkina Faso, which has gold, France prints colonial currency. In return, it demands that 50% of everything Burkina Faso exports ends up in the coffers of the French treasury. The gold that this child crawls into a tunnel to extract mostly ends up in the coffers of the French state. So
French Revolution. What was it? Equality, fraternity, and ripping off the Africans or something like that. So there you go. Let's have another shot of Giorgia here. She's doing good work.
today, when Trump, Meloni, Milei, or maybe Modi talk, they are called a threat to democracy. This is the left's double standard. But we're used to it. We are used to it. And the good news is people no longer believe in their lies. Despite all the mud they throw at us, citizens keep voting for us. Because simply, people are not naive as the left considers them. They vote for us because we defend freedom. We love our nations. We want secure borders. We preserve businesses and citizens from the green leftist insanity. We defend family and life. We fight against wokeism. We protect our sacred right to our fate and our free speech. And we stand for common sense.
A lot of good people around the country doing a lot of good work. We are not alone. We're in good company. And as you heard me say probably last week, every day that passes, my smile gets bigger and bigger. Now, America is back. Despite the story you're going to hear on mainstream media, the legacy media, the machine is driving forward as it should, as it will, as it can. And there's a lot of deception and misinformation out there. But the truth is, we're in great hands.
You want to know what the hell's happening right now? Fine, I'll spell it out for you. It's 2025, and instead of Grandpa Bedpan drooling on the nuclear codes, you got Donald fucking Trump back behind the Resolute desk, pen in one hand, tariffs in the other, and he's raising fucking hell. The border's locked down, reinforced with razor wire and tanks, cartel scouts getting lit up like Christmas trees, ICE is back. You're paying $2 a gallon because we're flooding the market with American oil while those climate cultists cry in their oat milk. People can finally afford to buy eggs again. No proxy wars, no blank checks for Nazi cokeheads. Putin checked, Xi checked. NATO, free rides over, pay up or shut up. At home, job surging, factories humming, middle class making a comeback like it's 1955. This ain't the Trump you remember. This is Trump 2.0, and he's running out of fucks to give. 100 days in, and the deep state's already shitting bricks. They stole it in 2020, but we got it back. So now we're playing for keeps. Trump's back in charge, and America's getting rebuilt, with or without you.
Yeah, don't believe the lies, folks. Just keep smiling. Do what you got to do. Keep pushing forward. Well done, A1. You've kept the faith. Keep driving forward, and before you know it, we'll be smiling even bigger. Okay, now for those that don't understand Trump, and there's a great line in a magazine when he first won his first election, and it went like this. His enemies messed up because they took him seriously, but they didn't listen to him philosophically. That's not quite exactly right, but what they should have done was taken his attitude seriously, and the rest of it was just showmanship. Anyway, here's an insight from Dave Chappelle. He's a brilliant US comic, and this gives a short version why he has communicated and cut through to so many groups despite the left and despite the the nonsense from the media.
A lot of people don't understand why Trump was so popular. And the reason he's loved is because people in Ohio have never seen somebody like him. That first debate, I'd never seen anything like it. I've never seen a white male billionaire screaming at the top of his lungs, this whole system is rigged. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama sitting over there looking at him like, no, it's not. And the moderator said, well, Mr. Trump, if in fact the system is rigged, what would be your evidence? He said, I know the system is rigged because I use it. I said, God damn. And then Hillary Clinton tried to punch him in the taxes. She said, this man doesn't pay his taxes. He shot right back. That makes me smart. And then he said, if you want me to pay my taxes, then change the tax code. But I know you won't, because your friends and your donors enjoy the same tax breaks that I do. And with that, my friends, a star was born.
Cut through. I got the quote. I just remembered it. His supporters took him seriously, but not literally. And his opponents took him literally and not seriously. And that's why he won, they lost. And Australia One has learned a lot from what DJT does and how he does it. Okay, destroying the matrix, intention, very quickly. A strategy discerned is a strategy defeated. Once you know what the enemy's up to, you now have the ability to defeat them. The strategy discerned is a strategy defeated. And the smart A1 people and some others might be watching who've been watching carefully. You'll have discerned the strategy and having been able to see through what's going on, seeing through the fog of war. First thing, it calms you down because you say, okay, I've got it. Secondly, it gives you something to do and how to do it because now you know where you have to hit and how often and how hard. And so there you go. If you want a good analysis, one of the best analysts on the planet is a guy called Patriot Underground. Check his website, check his podcast. I've done a number of interviews with Patriot Underground. He is brilliant. He is utterly brilliant. His analysis is on point every single time. So Patriot Underground, have a look at him. He did a podcast recently, last day or two, I think, but a very recent one, where he runs down where we are right now. And I haven't heard a better summary. Lucid, intelligent, eloquent, penetrative. So Patriot Underground, check him out and he'll help you understand where we are right now. So moving ahead, because we've got something else to do. We're not a news service. We've got things to do here. So the intention, our purpose, to prepare you for the transition from the old world to the new. That's why we're doing this. Where we are right now, we're preparing you for the transition. Now, the methods, specifically at this point, what we're going to focus on is as follows. We're going to reveal the obstacles, reveal the truth, reveal the tactics and techniques of our adversary, have a look at their divide and conquer campaign. We're going to look at the created misery of Islam as an exemplar of that. And the end state is pretty straightforward. You are able to recognize and counter the enemy's tactics, techniques, and procedures. That'll give you peace, it'll give your family peace, and it'll help you prepare for the next phase in order to rebuild our nation to greater heights than ever before. That's why we are here. So if you're here just as a spectator, that's great. Have fun, enjoy the show. But we're here for people who are going to get their hands dirty, and we've got tens of thousands of people around the country that follow us closely and are out there doing what they can do to get ready to rebuild this nation. They're not all A1 supporters. They're not all signed up. But, man, are they involved in the discussion on the Constitutional Convention? They're involved in the discussion on whether they want a constitutional republic or something else. And that's exactly what it needs to be. Steel sharpens steel in the debate about what's right and wrong. It helps hone our arguments. And this is critical, a critical precursor to the Constitutional Convention that we will be holding. We need to get our own thoughts straight. And that's what tonight's show is about, to help you again understand. Now, the key part of this one, and there's a circuitous route to get there, and there's a reason for that. But you remember last week, I think it was a week before, I spoke about the source of law. The source of law is critical. Now, if you look up Black's Law Dictionary, the imbecilic lawyers, but I repeat myself, these absolute fucking imbeciles, they consider the source of law to be precedent. So somebody makes a decision and somebody else makes a decision based on that decision, and it's all okay. I mean, Junior Woodchuck, studying Logic 101, said if the first step is flawed, everything that follows from it is flawed. And so we've got this precedent system, which I guess it's okay, but it's not. And that's the law. So the source of law is critical. And if you remember last week, I said the source of law has got to be God. There's only one sovereign God. By definition, there is only one sovereign, and that's God. Trouble is, which God you're going to listen to, because every God other than the God that Jesus Christ prayed to, what do? They're supremacists. They will pick a tribe. They will pick a caste. They will pick a group of adherents for special privilege. Doesn't work that way. So bear that in mind, because there's a whole lot coming out tonight. There are many, many lessons, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. But again, this source of law is key. That's not the single most important. There's a few, and I'll summarize them at the end. But the source of law as the foundation for your sovereignty is critical. Okay, so let's move on. Here we go. The Matrix. I love this.
Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. Follow me.
Okay, the obstacles. The obstacles. The first one is resistance, yours and others. Your resistance and others' resistance. This is the single biggest thing you've got to overcome, folks. Your resistance and others' resistance. It's easier to fool people than it is to convince them they have been fooled. It is easier to fool people than it is to convince them that they've been fooled.
It's the motherfucking Eagle Double G. Snoop Dogg. You know I'm mobbing with the D.R.E. Yeah.
Here's the original Thug. He said it, and it's true, folks. All of us, me included, we've been bumping up against ideas that we've held on to with white knuckle grip because we need something to stabilize ourselves. And bit by bit, over time and analysis and our own research, we realize we've got to let it go and got to let it go and got to let it go. And just be grateful that you're early in this journey. Can you imagine the poor buggers that are about to be shown that everything they don't believe or they believe is not true? So there you go. That's the single biggest problem we've got, the resistance, yours and others. Okay, the other obstacles, let's go through very quickly. The depth of the deception. Now, you can imagine 1.3 or 1.4 billion Catholics, what they're about to find out.
If not, I suggest you go do some research. Here you have Pope Francis kissing the feet of political leaders from around the world and getting angry at the people that need him the most. Here you see Pope Francis kissing the hands of David Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger, and John Rothschild, the most powerful people on earth. Almost like he's there for them and not his faithful followers. Continuing to show his anger towards the people. In the year 1139, Archbishop Malachi received visions of the future that included the name of 112 more popes who would rule until the end of time. His visions of the next 112 popes ended with Peter the Roman, by which then the dreadful judge would judge his people. The end. Pope Francis just happens to be number 112, and he chose his name in honor of St. Francis of Assisi, whose father was Peter. Most, if not all, of St. Malachi's predictions came true and are spot on, and I encourage you to research his predictions. Some say these predictions are all forgery and false, but whoever wrote these down hundreds of years ago did a really good job of predicting each pope. So
satanic ritual abuse, again, it's hard to handle. And by the way, a lot of these clips are from Red Pill Dispenser. If you look down the left corner there, if you want a good source of information like this to share with others, go to Red Pill Dispenser on X, terrific list of clips like this. But here's a young girl talking about her experiences as part of an SRA group.
We drink our blood because this is how we do it. So like on Wednesdays is the most special, busiest day, special day.
Okay. We'll take it little bit by little bit.
As I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families, So the families can't afford, so they get a baby, but they can't look after it. Or anything, they can't buy food, or they can't buy clothes, they can't look after it. So the families who sell their children.
Yeah.
So the social services get them. They say they get them in foster care, but they don't. They get the babies and the children, and then they get Miss Marden, our nurse in our school.
This is grossly disturbing. Okay, keep it going.
So before you become the prime minister of a country or a chancellor of Germany or something like this, or getting into a high position, they want to know, will this person follow more or less their nicely presented orders or not?
Since 1954, the date of its foundation, Bilderberg meetings are conferences that bring together influential people from around the world. Country leaders, media owners, bankers, shareholders of big pharmaceuticals, owners of big tech, members of royalty, as well as representatives of supranational organizations, such as the World Health Organization or NATO. As you can see, many also belong to the new fashion club, the World Economic Forum.
That the non-reporting of these events is anything other than a conspiracy between the organizers and the media. It merely confirms the belief of many that the hidden agenda and purpose of the Bilderberg Group is to bring about undemocratic world government.
En el año 54 se celebra la primera reunión Bilderberg y en el acta se recoge que van a crear un nuevo orden mundial.
Of the graveyard, because the intention also is to reduce the number of people in this world. At the time when the New World Order was enunciated, the population of this world was only 3 billion. The intention was to reduce it to 1 billion. Now the population of the world is 7 billion. There will be a need to kill many billions of people or to starve them to death or to prevent them from giving birth in order to reduce the population of this world.
Reducing the population. Apparently, there's a massive population problem. Oh, no, not really. I did a bit of mathematics today just to get this right. And there's a clip of what 8 billion people look like all standing side by side, and it's same area as the size of New York City. That doesn't mean much to us in Oz, so I did my maths on it, and working on a figure of 8 billion on the planet, let's say, although I believe that's much reduced now. And I thought, okay, if we allocate 1 meter by 1 meter for every Australian, or was it 1 meter by 1 meter? Yeah, 1 meter by 1 meter, and put them on the Australian landmass. How many people could fit on Australia? And this is not living conditions, obviously. This is just, just get a picture in your head. How many people could you put on the Australian landmass if you gave them 1 meter square each? And the answer is 7.5 trillion. That's 1,000 times the population. So the deception's there, the lies. But let's keep going.
This is about to blow your mind. An alliance of all the powers on earth, open and hidden,
decided that the individual freedoms could no longer be tolerated in the interest of the preservation of the human race. They believed the common man could not be trusted. Studies were done to determine a method to arrest the population explosion before the point of no return would be reached. It was determined that an immediate attack on the problem would involve 2 points of intervention. The first was to lower the birth rate. The second was to increase the death rate. To lower the birth rate, several programs were put into motion. The first was the development of positive birth control methods using mechanical diaphragm and condom, chemical, foam and birth control pills, and medical, sterilization, abortion, and hysterectomy procedures. These were developed and implemented. The women's liberation movement was started with a demand for free abortions, using quote-unquote pro-choice as its rallying cry. Homosexuality was encouraged, and gay liberation was born. Homosexuals do not have children. Zero population growth became a hot subject at cocktail parties. Individual freedom, the heat of the moment, religion, and the old blue laws sabotaged these efforts. And while zero population growth became a reality in some areas, population increased rapidly in others. Pay attention. The only alternative left to the world's ruling elite was to increase the death rate. This was a difficult thing to do, as no one wanted to pick people out of a crowd and line them up for execution. Neither did they relish the possible consequences of an enraged public upon discovering that they were being systematically murdered. Of course, a very short but very deadly war using nuclear weapons upon select population concentrations was contemplated, and to tell you the truth, was not ruled out. The fact that such a population control was even contemplated confirmed the worst fears of those who participated in the 1957 study. War was put on the back burner to simmer, but may become a reality. In the meantime, something else had to be done that would absolve the decision makers of guilt and place the blame on those who did not lead clean lives, something that could be blamed upon Mother Nature. What was needed was the bubonic plague or some other horrible natural disease. The answer came from Rome. The recommendation was to develop a microbe that would attack the autoimmune system and thus render the development of a vaccine impossible. The orders were given to develop the microbe and to develop a prophylactic and a cure. So they develop a problem, then offer a solution. And you think it's safe to take it? The microbe would be used against the general population and would be introduced by vaccine. The prophylactic was used by the ruling elite. The cure will be administered to the survivors. When it's decided that enough people have died, the cure will be announced as newly developed, when in fact it has existed from the beginning.
A Horse by William Cooper. That was written in 1961. 1961. Let's continue.
The strategy that Wernher von Braun taught me was that first the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. In fact, when I met him in '74, they were the enemy, the identified enemy. We were told that they had killer satellites. We were told that they were coming to get us and control us, the dirty commies, that whole story. First, the Russians were the enemy against whom we're going to build space-based weapons. Then terrorists would be identified, and that was soon to follow. We heard a lot about terrorism. Then we were going to identify third world country crazies. We now call them nations of concern. But he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would be needing to build space-based weapons. And the next enemy was asteroids. Now, at this point, he kind of chuckled the first time he said it. Asteroids, against asteroids, we're going to build space-based weapons. So it was funny then. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final card. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens. And all of it, he said, is a lie. He didn't mention a timeline, but he said that it was going to be speeding up faster than anybody could possibly imagine. That the effort to put weapons in space was not only based on a lie, but would accelerate past the point of people even understanding it until it was already up there and too late.
Von Braun, Wernher von Braun, designer of the V1, V2 for the Nazis, part of Operation Paperclip, along with hundreds and hundreds of other Nazis. Moving on. Excuse me. Okay, the truth. See, that's the obstacles, because that is so incredible. So utterly incredible. The people just dismiss it and have done for years. Well, let's look at some truths now.
Scientists are now confirming what many have long suspected. The COVID shots don't just impact your immune system, they can damage your brain and devastate mental health. And the evidence is overwhelming. A recent wave of studies have revealed shocking increases in ischemic strokes, up 44%, hemorrhagic strokes, up 50%. Transient ischemic strokes or mini strokes up 67%. Myasthenia gravis, a debilitating autoimmune condition, up over 71%. Alzheimer's up 22%. Cognitive impairment up nearly 138%. Depression up over 68%. Anxiety disorders up nearly 44%. And sleep disorders up over 93%. All linked to one thing: toxic spike protein accumulation and persistence in the brain. This isn't a conspiracy theory. These are documented, peer-reviewed research published studies by documented experts, including by epidemiologist Nicholas Holscher, who says using mRNA to hijack cells in various organ systems to produce a highly toxic spike protein that persists in the body for months or even years was one of the worst ideas in medical history. So what can you do? The good news is you don't have to sit back and accept this damage. You can protect yourself. First, stop exposing yourself to further risks. Second, support your body's natural detoxification pathways. And third, ensure your diet is anti-inflammatory and is supporting mitochondrial health.
BlackRock knew that Donald Trump might get assassinated before it actually happened. BlackRock bet $360 million on Trump's assassination, and here's how they did it. They shorted a company owned by Trump, ticker symbol DJT. If Trump dies, the stock will plummet and BlackRock will make billions. Well, Trump didn't die, and they convinced their broker to give all of their money back because the stock rallied 45%, tanking their investment of $360 million all the way to zero. What's strange is that the shooter had once appeared in a BlackRock commercial. BlackRock removed the ad just minutes after the shooting. This is a very suspicious story, and I'm going to keep track of it.
BlackRock. Now, whether the Trump assassination was real or not is not the point. This is, I guess, a way of getting the bad guys to expose themselves. Moving on.
In true fifth-generation warfare, you do not know who your opponent is. Example, who is responsible for, who's the puppet master behind the COVID crisis as we've experienced it? Who is it? Anybody here know? Was it Klaus? No. There's something above Klaus. Was it Biden? Was it Tony Fauci? These are all surrogates, okay? You don't really know who is managing the message that has been propagated on you. That's fifth generation warfare. Over the last 3 years, Western governments, non-governmental organizations, transnational organizations, pharmaceutical industry corporations, media and financial corporations have cooperated via public-private partnerships, which I assert is a euphemism for fascism, to deploy the most massive, globally harmonized psychological and propaganda operation in the history of the world. Okay, over the last 3 years, you have been subjected to the most massive, harmonized, globally coordinated propaganda campaign in the history of the Western world. Full stop. With this campaign, the governments of many Western nation states have turned, okay, this is key, military-grade psychological operations strategies, tactics, technologies, and capabilities developed for modern military combat against their own citizens. These are inconvenient facts. The world that many of us believed existed no longer exists, if it ever did.
What's interesting about the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, all the rest of World Bank, IMF, the lot. If you keep going up, a useful group to get to read about is the Committee of 300. And their documents they're written by nut jobs. I remember when I was in the regiment, I'd get the commanding officer's mail and I'd go through a lot of the stuff. And it wasn't unusual for him to receive letters from psychopaths and other mentally ill people. And so it reads like that. But the thing is, they believe it. Now, here's how they run the planet, the Committee of 300. And there's people above them as well. There's only two ways they control people. One is through their God, which we know is Satan, and he delivers. And the other side is money. So they don't care what you want, what moves you, whether it's money or God and magic, then either way they've got you covered. And that's the way they do it. And if you read it, you'll find out. Now, what the Masons won't tell you, but they know to be true, and the low-level ones, their business, and that's why most of them join, to advance their business, advance their military career, or whatever it might be. What they find is their business is never their own ever again, because they'll get a call saying, you got to support this guy. Give him a managerial job in your business, or give him the whole business, or give him a percentage of the profits of your business. It doesn't matter how high you are. You can own half a dozen Bunnings franchises and you still don't own your business. And I've heard stories that Bunnings hires a lot of pedophiles or people who have other Masons who have been caught short and been punished legally, and they've got somewhere to go. One-star military officers at sort of brigadier, commodore, air commodore level, working in Bunnings because they were told to hire them. You're never your own boss ever again. And the Masons know it. They just won't tell anymore. Next.
Have you ever seen a child react like this after a phone or tablet was taken away from them?
What? What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
He's always in his own world. He really quiet for real.
Oh, not right now. Mama, I'll bring the iPad back later.
If this reminds you of a kid in your life right now, you definitely cannot skip this video. Kids who were born at the same time as the iPad in 2010, kids who at 8 years old already had their first phone. And they're the only humans in the history of the world to have grown up with a gadget as a babysitter.
Mama, I'll bring it back, okay?
I mean, some of these kids haven't even experienced what it's like to get dirty and play outside with neighbors. They literally cannot comprehend a life without social media. And sadly, their parents have chosen the easy way out, using the iPad to shut them up.
And the bad guys know it. It's exactly why they do it.
Alex, COVID is a respiratory infection, arguably, right? It's supposed to be. Well, there's very little in the Pfizer documents on lungs. It's all about, not all, the centerpiece of it is about sex and reproduction. So what you've got is the lipid nanoparticles accumulating in the ovaries and blocking the ovaries, and there's no way they leave the body, right? So first injection in the ovaries, second injection more, third injection more. And so what you have now is, along with women with horrific menstrual dysregulation, hormonal dysregulation, you've also got blocked ovaries, which nurses are seeing in women's abdominal surgeries. The lipid nanoparticles traverse the placenta. The lipid nanoparticles suppress semen. Actually, in the Pfizer documents, they tell vaccinated men not to have intercourse with unvaccinated women without using two reliable forms of contraception.
By the way, that in their own documents, they say a man can shed it to a woman. So this is literally a torpedo aimed right at the goddess, right at the woman.
Well, that's a beautiful way to put it, but that's exactly right. It's about destroying women and babies, for sure. But also emasculating men, because the lipid nanoparticles degrade the testes of baby boys in utero, including the Leydig cells and Sertoli cells, which generate masculine hormones at adolescence and turn boys into men. So we don't even know if the babies of vaccinated moms will grow up to be normal men. There's an 8-page report on pregnancy and lactation that shows that this injection kills babies in utero. They had 2 babies die that were in their moms, in utero. ago. And Pfizer concluded that the deaths were due to maternal exposure to the vaccine. And this report was sent on April 21st, 2021 to the White House. April 23rd, 2021, Dr. Walensky, who had the report and knew this injection was killing babies and poisoning nursing babies, told the pregnant women of America that it was safe and effective and that there was no bad time to have your injection before, during, or after your pregnancy. And she knew that this would kill babies.
Of mine who helped a number of campaigns. Her sister had a baby on the breast, and she got the injection, and the baby died some days after that. So it was transmitted through the milk as well. Smart meters and dirty electricity.
A lock and chain secures his old analog meter with a clear notice. Attention, do not install smart meter. The retired mechanical engineer says smart meters are dangerous.
The smart meter is not safe for the following reasons. Again, it emits high frequency radio waves, and you don't feel them, you don't know about them, but they penetrate your body and they can cause health problems later on.
Slowinski says the radio waves go through concrete walls.
My bedroom is right next door, and it will emit high frequency waves. So I'm worried about my health and my children's health.
And he has another concern.
They catch fire because there's very high voltage inside.
Malcolm Turnbull. Oh, there's a man that needs to have an appointment with the noose. He's the one that brought that to Oz, as well as the banning of the incandescent light bulbs and the introduction of other light bulbs which interfere with our well-being. Cure for cancer.
I'd already done my own research that when you have wide metastasis, small cell lung cancer, you're literally a goner. The 0% chance of survival and 3 to 6 months life expectancy, and I was basically told to go home and get my affairs in order and think about hospice. And the next day, I got a call from a large animal veterinarian in western Oklahoma, who's a college friend and family friend. And he told me this crazy story about a scientist at Merck on the veterinary side who has been doing cancer research on mice, and she had hundreds of mice that she'd implanted cancers in all their body parts, brain, stomach, liver, pancreas, etc. And her mouse population came down with intestinal parasites. And so she had no choice but to save her research. She gave all of her mice fenbendazole. If you went out to any zoo in the world, they bring in fenbendazole by the truckload, front-end loader, head-high piles in bays, because they give that drug to every single animal in the animal kingdom.
And one of the oldest and safest drugs around, right?
Yeah, it's been around for 40 years. So she did, and unfortunately, or fortunately for all of us, she also learned that she accidentally killed all the cancer.
Well, that was a surprise, right?
Yeah, it's just a serendipitous surprise, right?
Fenbendazole cures cancer. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thought that cancer was parasites? Oh, maybe that explains why they're killing us with parasites. And again, colleague of mine from the military, good man, straight shooter. This guy's fought off more cancer, more types of cancer in the last, 15 years than you'd kill an army. But anyway, and he was on all sorts of treatments from the mainstream medicine, allopathic medicine, synthetic medicine, whatever you want to call it. And he just kept getting better. And they were actually genuinely surprised and shocked because they kept telling him that he didn't have long to live. And they kept giving him the poison and he kept living. And it drove him nuts. They wrote a special report on him. And eventually he was cancer-free. And they said, we have to do a report on you because this is just the first time it's happened, despite all our cures that we've been giving you. What he didn't tell them, that he was getting stuck into the fenbendazole, charcoal tablets, ivermectin, vitamin C, and zinc. Folks, stop giving to cancer institutions. They are not doing anything. Stop it. Just stop giving your money away. Do you want to cure cancer? Yeah, no, we've got a cure. Thank you. It's all good. Thank you very much. Stop it. Moving on. Now, I want you to pay attention to this one. About us. Their greatest fear, the one thing that they are terrified of, and the one thing we should be doing as much as we can.
The biggest fear that the World Economic Forum has is that there are going to be people that will not comply. Their biggest fear is your fight for freedom.
Their biggest fear is that you will make individual decisions for yourself and you will not follow their orders. So this digital stuff is absolutely key, because without it, they can't enforce anything. Without it, they can't mandate that you do something. Without it, they can't control your life. So I don't care if you're talking about carbon emissions and what's safe and effective as far as they are concerned. I don't care if they're talking about an experimental injection, a series of injections, whatever they may be, and what's safe and effective as far as they're concerned. This is not about those individual things. This is about the desire to control you from the outside in. And if they have a digital process whereby they can restrict your movement, your behavior, and your decisions with the click of a button, you are done.
I don't know how many times we've said it. Don't comply, don't comply, don't comply, don't vote. Now, everyone's situation is different, and we understand that. And sometimes you've just got to, you take a step back in order to take 2 steps forward. So it's not a problem. We're not expecting people to headbutt the next traffic cop that pulls them over. Not always a smart move. But with the large issues, with the big issues, the election was a classic, absolute classic. It was a low-cost, high-reward action you could have taken. Now imagine if we had, I don't know, and I think something like 1 in 3 didn't vote. But imagine if we had 2 in 3, 4 in 3, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6 not voting. It would have been huge. And yet people voted. You allowed them to get away with what you wanted, they wanted to get away with. We have to stand up, folks. We have to stop complying. That doesn't mean we go all anarchy. No. Keep stopping at the red lights, go at the green, all that sort of stuff. But on the big issues, don't comply. What can they do? Well, it's almost too late for that now, isn't it? Okay, moving on. This resistance. I love this clip. It just makes me laugh. And here's the truth. One of the biggest problems. To be callous, but that's what's going to happen. Okay, so there you go. We're moving through. So tactics and techniques. How do they do this stuff? How do they get through with it? Again, a lot of this is old hat for many of you, but for many of you, it'll be brand new or a good summary that you can share with others.
I want to talk to you about subliminal programming, and I'm going to show you something in this video which is going to absolutely shock you. So first of all, subliminal programming is everywhere. And what this is, it gets past the conscious mind and into the subconscious mind. And your subconscious kind of controls your perceptions, and it therefore controls your reality. So it's a very, very powerful tool. Now check this photo out. I want you to look at something. And I think this picture is from a movie set in Hollywood or from one of the films. Perhaps somebody in the comments can share where this kind of still is from, but it looks like a Hollywood movie set. But look at this. Right, stare at this picture and count the people. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people, right? Looks like a still from a movie. So just look at that picture. What do you see? Look at it again. Now you're staring at this, aren't you? And you're kind of scrutinizing. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Look at the picture. This is all subliminal. Now squint and look at the picture. Squint and look at the picture. Can you see the letters? Over in the far corner there, we've got O, B, E, and Y. If you squint again, can you see it? Can you see obey? Can you see the words obey? Yeah? And once you see it, you can't unsee it. So I want to talk to you now about the matrix and waking up from the matrix. And again, right, now I've pointed it out to you, you can see that now, right? Obey. Subliminal programming telling you to obey. Now, I want to talk to you about the matrix. Now, that moment that you just had where, first of all, you saw the people, and then all of a sudden you're like, I pointed it out to you and you've gone, oh my God. And I had the same, I was like, oh my God. That moment is when you wake up from the programming. And it's exactly like this when you wake up from the matrix. So the matrix is just this very, very subtle veil that's just pulled over your eyes. And we just spend years of our life living in the matrix, right? And then what happens one day, you wake up from it. And what happens is you pull back and you get the moment like this where you think it's people, you look at it, and then all of a sudden you squint and it's like, oh my God. And you get that, oh my God moment. And the thing is, folks, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's exactly the same when you wake up from the matrix. So all of a sudden you look around the world and then all of a sudden you wake up and go, you see it. The subtlety, that subtle veil just melts slightly and you can see through it. And then you're like, whoa, oh my God. And it's exactly the same when you wake up from the matrix. Once you see what's going on, once you see through it, you can't unsee it. It's like being red-pilled. Once you've had that, there is no going back, folks. This stuff is everywhere. It's in movies. I lived through sort of the madness of 2020 and 2021, you know what I'm saying, in Australia. And the propaganda was hard. There was programming all over the radio, the TV, and magazines. It was literally everywhere. And it was all subliminal stuff that was trying to get in to convince people to do a certain thing. If you kind of remember, they were trying to convince people, and the brainwashing was hard. So this stuff goes on all the time. The signal is in movies all the time. You know, pay attention, folks. But once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Eyes and ears open, folks. Sending you love today. Take care of yourselves. Stay blessed.
Messages were used in advertising, and it first kicked off in the 50s, and they would slip in to the movie reel clips which the conscious mind couldn't see, and nobody could report that these messages were flashed onto the screen in between just a normal movie. And the messages were to promote the selling of popcorn and some soda in the US. And there was a marked increase in the sales of popcorn and soda in the cinemas where they had this subliminal messaging. And then it was decided that that sort of advertising was unethical, and so it was banned. Right, yeah, I believe it. To make it worse, you'll remember that Obama okayed the intelligence agencies to propagandize the American people, formally gave them permission to do it. So this has been around a long time. We've all been subject to it. That's why when people tell me that they've reached their own conclusions based on rational analysis of all the considerations and give me a break. We've all been brainwashed. This is you've got to have your head on a swivel to make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And you'll end up sounding like a loon. I get it. But just about everything is designed to deceive you. Everything. That's why you've got to be so bloody careful. Right, moving on. Malnutrition. Let's have a look.
They gave some of these kids one egg a day, one extra egg a day, just one egg. Right. And they followed these guys for over a year, and they found that the ones who got the egg increased their IQ by 15 points on average. What? Just one egg a day. At least one egg a day. You know, this is really important to your kid's development. That's how vital and important animal nutrition is, and animal source of nutrients and fat and protein are. And the bioavailability is all there. Like an egg is a perfect protein. It has all the proteins that you need in the exact proportion that you need them. It has all the fat and cholesterol that you need, because that's all the nutrients that you need to grow a new animal life, right? It's all right there, all packaged.
Starving us of nutrients is part of what their gig is. And you can tell whenever anything's hard to get, like eggs, well, eggs are priced out of the market and they're too expensive. Why? Because they know that they are excellent for health. Peter Russell Clark, one of Australia's great celebrity chefs, used to do an ad that said, eggs, you can live on them. Add a tomato and you can live on eggs and be healthier than you are now. And that's about 99% true. That's why they're making eggs so difficult to get. What, run out of chooks, have we? Please. Another example. One of the Rothschilds was in the House of Lords in England many years ago, and he never attended one session. Correction. He attended one. In all the years he was a member of the House of Lords, the upper house, he only attended one vote, and that was to make sure it got through. And that was to make sure that all milk in the United Kingdom was pasteurized. So what does pasteurization and homogenization do to milk? My guess would be is it degrades the nutritional value of the milk. Why are they making raw milk, whole milk, illegal? Because they're trying to deprive you of nutrients. Now, I know this sounds crazy. I got it. I understand. But it's true. Make up your own mind. Think for yourself. God gave you a brain. Moving on.
I can't watch modern day movies. I can't do it because they're not about entertainment anymore. It's straight psyops. I did some time in the psychological operations unit. I understand what goes into these things. Movies nowadays are not entertainment. It is pure propaganda, and it is pushing very clear agendas which are predominantly anti-masculine, anti-family, anti-traditional values, anti-faith, pro-deviancy, pro-sexual agendas being pushed on kids. Movies nowadays are straight propaganda. They're not in my house for that reason. It's so blatant.
Why do you think Donald Trump has appointed Sylvester Stallone and who's the other actor? Can't remember. As ambassadors to Hollywood. Start turning that around, start producing movies. Stalin famously said if he controlled Hollywood, he'd control the world. And apparently Hollywood, the wood from the holly tree, is the wood from which they make wands to cast spells. Go figure. Hollywood. Moving on. Oh, here's one. Sandra Bullock. She was one of my favorite actresses until I found out she might be a bloke. and then the way she stays young. Have a look at this.
Explain what it is. Well, it's this way in which one forces through microneedling. It's like a little roller with these. Some of you, I think many of you know it. And it pushes through the skin and ruptures the collagen, and then boosts it. You look like a burn victim for a day, but then it pushes.
What are you pushing into the skin, Sarah?
Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores.
But what is it?
It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person. Far, far away, and they somehow figured out how to extract.
It's foreskin from a Korean baby.
Points to make out of this. A piece of garbage, Ellen DeGeneres, who's part of the problem. She's been told to tell Sandra Bullock to reveal this on TV. This is part of what the controlling agents do. Whether it's a humiliation ritual, like famous American basketball players wearing French maids' outfits, humiliation ritual. That's part of the Masonic process. But you can tell that DeGeneres is forcing Bullock to say what it is. And so what they do is they take foreskins from babies, and then they inject it into your skin, and it makes your skin a whole lot better. Now, this is part of the adrenochrome agenda as well. But this is what they do. Now, the reason they got Sandra Bullock to do it is it's social proof. Social proof, as you've heard me say before, is the people will believe it when they see it. So if they see it, it must be true. And the second point is we are biologically created, optimized. We have a predisposition to follow the alpha in any herd. And monkeys, for example, will sit and look at a picture of the alpha monkey because that's the alpha monkey. That's what they do. Even if the alpha monkey is not there, they put the picture of the alpha monkey and they'll sit and watch the alpha monkey, the photograph. So it's that predisposition that we all have to follow the alpha. It's hardwired into us. That's a biological function. And so you've got to really be careful who you bow down before. You got to remember you're the source of your own sovereignty. You are the source of your sovereignty. You got to claim that. You got to make sure. And anybody says, "Look, give me your sovereignty. I'll look after you." No. You got to be following the people who say, "This is your life. Let's set up a set of rules that allows you to determine for yourself how you choose to live." And so there you go. There's a couple of takeaways from this. Social proof. They want to use celebrities to do the things they want you to do, to think the way they want you to think, the way they think. They want you to say what they say. How on earth else could you possibly get a parent to agree to cutting off their daughter's breast or their son's penis? But they rolled out all these celebrities And these absolute airheads of parents went, oh, that's a good idea. Let's cut off our daughter's breasts. I mean, she can't get a tattoo at that age. She can't drive a car. She can't have a drink. But we're going to agree that, you know, she's a boy. She thinks she's a boy. And we're going to take irreversible steps. Social proof was one of the ways they convinced a bunch of mainly very mentally fragile women and beta male husbands to allow this to go ahead. Social proof, folks. Normalizing evil.
And OnlyFans, at first, it was so easy for people to paint it as like this great thing where they're going to empower the creators and they're going to make the porn industry safer and they're going to like let the women be in control. And then OnlyFans started doing PG content where they would take porn stars and OnlyFans creators and they would have them do normal TV shows. And this is happening right now. So it's like a travel show or like a cooking show, but it's like a porn star doing a cooking show. So that then you can have this porn star on TV on mainstream daytime television. And you can have your 5-year-old, your 8-year-old, your 12-year-old watching a porn star cook food. And it's totally normal. And that is like subversion 101, is start to just blur the lines more and more and get more and more people, make it normalized, make it part of culture and society in the exact same way that LGBTQIA+ is just trying to bleed into our schools and into our like as though it's just normal.
Long time. The one that really struck me as obvious was Miley Cyrus, who was as a young child was the perfect clean-cut young girl. She had a TV show, little girl, and all the girls wanted to be Miley Cyrus and copied her. And then they took Miley Cyrus and they made sure that she turned into a soft porn slut on stage when she was singing songs and twerking and all the rest of it. And so all the little girls go, well, if Miley Cyrus can do it, then I better do it because she's been my hero since I was 8. And again, they're normalizing evil. They're doing it quite intentionally. Her father, I can't remember his first name. He was a country singer, Cyrus something. Anyway, he's obviously part of the problem because he didn't do anything to stop it. These are normalizing evil, normalizing the aberrant behavior that they want from us. They're destroying us from within. Christianity. Wow. Okay, let's go. Attacking Christianity.
Why Christians? Remember, the Soviet Union made a statement that we could control all of our entire population except the Christians. And they had to put them in prison and in gulags. And I remember 1994 when I was in the CIA, we ordered into a conference room. We all filed in. There's about 30 of us. And our division chief starts off by saying, now don't get mad at me. I'm just the messenger. This comes down from the director of the CIA. You can no longer say Merry Christmas in any CIA office space. You cannot have a manger scene on your desk or on your door, or you will face administrative penalties. And the sad part was only 2 of us, our jaws dropped. Like, what? And the CIA was actively against Christians, and they used DEI as a method to suppress them. And I remember it was Christmas Eve, and I walked out. I thought about this, prayed about this overnight, and I said, oh, no, you don't. So I walked out on New Year's Eve, and I turned around to everybody, and I said, good night, and by the way, Merry Christmas. I'm like, there is a line you don't cross. Well, there was an outrage from the CIA populace, and as evil people always do, when they got resistance, they backed off and said, well, never mind, But it has been Christianity, because the Christians are the only ones that will not answer to tyranny. We believe in God and a higher power, and we will not be manipulated by a tyrannical regime. And that's why Christians are despised around the world, including in this previous administration. My goodness. And going back to Obama, how they attacked Christians and eliminated the religious freedom post at the Department of State, and on and on and on it went. But that's the reason.
Okay. Do you remember during COVID, the local brothel stayed open, but the churches couldn't have Christian services and they were being arrested? Remember John Wilson telling the story, our favorite ex-communist and now man of God, John Wilson, saying that when he was a young bloke, he wanted to touch up a couple of the Christians, and his wily old mentor said to him, look, you can attack anybody, but don't get the Christians animated. Because once they get animated, you can't stop them. You just can't stop them. Their role model, Jesus Christ, died for his beliefs and that's their standard. So you don't want to be waking up the Christians. That's what John's mentor told him. So why didn't the Christians in Australia wake up? Why didn't they fight back? Well, easy answer. Every religion in this continent, everybody, Christian, Jew, Muslim, you name them, everybody, Hindus, a lot, they're all controlled. They all got penetrated by the deep state, and the deep state made sure that the pastors and the mullahs and the rabbis and everybody was pushing the same line. Get the jab, get the jab, get the jab. Particularly the Christian pastors. I've never seen a bigger collection of limp dicks in my life. My God, I mean, I'm not a good Christian. I'm awful. I'm starting with salty language. It's not good. And yet these limp dicks of pastors who supposedly are Christians, what did they do? They were the goats that led everyone down to the slaughterhouse, the Judas goats, every last one of them. You got to hand it to the bad guys. They got everyone stitched up, didn't they? Every Christian pastor out there. Fucking useless. Whoever thought of that? Anyway, man, divide and conquer. Okay, so let's get to the divide and conquer part of the show. Now, I'm going to use Islam as the subject matter, but it applies to LGBT, applies to everybody. But I want to use that because there's a couple of lessons I can draw from looking at the Islamists in the divide and conquer world. Let's have a look at Islam now. Those who know me know that I'm very strong against Islam, not Muslims, but Islam. I'm very strong against it, and with good logical reason. Their doctrine, over 51% of their doctrine is about how to treat the kafir, who's us, and it's not good. So if this is a religion, it's a pretty odd religion. So there are some very sound reasons to be against doctrinal Islam, not against Muslims. Now, let me take you through it so you understand what I mean. Because what the bad guys want us to fall into the trap of is attacking every Muslim on the planet. We're not interested in doing that at all. And here we go. Let's just go through it. I have a lived experience of Islam in the Middle East. So, okay, this isn't theory to me. I've lived for a long time in those countries, worked in those countries, traveled through those countries, Afghanistan, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, the United Arab Emirates. So this isn't some half-assed comment from the ABC from someone who's reading an AAP news flash. I've lived it, both the upside and the downside of it, of Islam, living in an Islamic country. Fortunately, most of my time was spent in the Emirates, just a remarkable place. And people ask me, well, if you're so anti-Islam, why did you work for the Emirates? Straightforward answer, really simple. If you want a stable planet, you need a stable Middle East. You want a stable Middle East, you've got to have the Emirates. And the Emirates are good people. The Emiratis, that's straightforward. I wouldn't necessarily work with the others. Now, here's some of the men that I worked with in Afghanistan with the Emirates. On the left there, the taller one, that's Captain Mohammed Al-Dahiri. And the shorter one next to him is Lieutenant Ali Al-Yamahi, two Emirati officers that we trained up. They're special ops guys. And we trained them up for 6 months and deployed with them to Afghanistan. Absolutely sterling young officers. They'd have been good officers in any army. In fact, Ali Al-Yamahi was a graduate of the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst. So he had this unique understanding of both the Western way of fighting and the Arab mentality. And he was an absolute boon to the whole, that particular organization that we trained up and deployed with. They were just brilliant. Those two young guys, just superb. And a lot of time with them, nothing but respect both ways, both personally and professionally, between the contractors, us and them. Then you've got Corporal Bedwawi. Oh, man. In every organization, there's always just one guy that is just head and shoulders above everybody else. He thinks ahead. He doesn't wait for orders. He sees what's got to be done, does it properly, and does it in a quite modest way. And the machine just rolls beautifully. And that's Corporal Bedwawi here. Again, this is the same place. This is at a place called Sangin in the Helmand Valley. FOB Forward Operational Base. Robinson was previously a Brit base. The Emiratis and the US Marines took over. There's a Marine Special Operations team there as well. But Bedwawi was just a brilliant young guy. Again, a ton of professional respect and personal respect both ways. Tragedy with this guy, after returning from that deployment, he died in a motor vehicle accident. What a bloody waste. Absolute champion. And again, there you go. That's at a place called Sarposa up north. The kids there, cultural sensitivity, cooperation, respect is the way you do these things. You can't afford to be a buffhead. You can't afford to be a grub. You can't afford to be a dick, as some people tend to be. So no, this is a matter of getting on with people, finding common ground, making sure there are boundaries there. So both sides have got boundaries. Both sides are allowed boundaries. But it's about finding common ground and achieving a joint goal. There are two others I don't have photographs of, unfortunately, but I'd love to mention. Two other very good officers. I hope they're promoted, but at the time, there was Lieutenant Colonel Suhail Al-Rashdi. Lieutenant Colonel Suhail was just brilliant. He was the commanding officer of one of their Special Forces battalion. I was advising him for a while. And he did some remarkable stuff with his battalion. Just brilliant young officer. Again, he could tread that east-west line quite gingerly, and he knew how to get the best out of his men and how to get the best out of the opportunity that he had with the contractors who were there with him. And the other one was the Commander of Special Operations Command, Brigadier Obaid Al-Shamsi. Brigadier Obaid, again, any one of those guys would have done well in any army. They were just professionally exceptional, and there was professional respect and personal respect between all of us getting along, as I said, because that's the way you've got to do business. So I've got my Emirati friends, just great people. And there were also there Jordanians who, I won't mention his name, don't get him in trouble. But the Jordanian I worked with, he was excellent as well. He's a senior officer. And again, he could straddle that uncomfortable, sometimes uncomfortable line between East and West, between Christian and Muslim very, very well. There's no shortage of these guys. They were very, very good. So, tremendous respect for them. And I'd count them as friends because they just were. They were just tremendous. They went to bat for me when it was necessary and vice versa. Now, the call to prayer. I'm going to play a bit of this because this is just beautiful, because I can remember driving from Dubai. I was in the Emirate of Dubai, but my first job there was at a place called Al Daid with one of the Special Forces battalions. And that was about an hour's drive north of Dubai, a little over an hour. And so I'd be up at 4:30 in the car, and then I'd be there driving up to Al Daid, and so this huge sun would be coming over the desert, their dunes, just beautiful. I love the desert, whether it's Australian or Emirati. That just beautiful. There's something about it. And so I'd have the adhan on the radio as I'm driving and listening to that as I'm driving through the desert. Nothing but sand dunes, and there's this huge boiling yellow sun coming above the horizon. Anyway, just let me play it for you. And it's got a translation so you can see what it actually says. And, as far as I'm concerned, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
Yeah, no, that's just, I find that so utterly beautiful. I know a number of the Westerners in the Middle East complain about the call to prayer, the Adhan, you know. But for me, man, I have no argument with God. And the music, the sound of it is just so melodic and hypnotic, it's beautiful. And the fact it's calling them to prayer, I think it's a good thing. And I quite liked it. It never bothered me that was played 5 times a day and then people would go off and to prayer. I thought it was just lovely. So let's have a look at Islam. Will go. This is a very condensed piece, but it's enough to get you started. The 5 pillars, the fundamental practices, the Shahada, the declaration of faith, which is this: there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. And you say that, you're a Muslim. That's it. It's as simple as that. Salah, the prayer, 5 daily prayers performed at specific times of the day facing Mecca. And you'll notice in planes or in hotels, there's a little arrow in the ceiling, and that'll tell you where Mecca is. The screen on the aircraft will point to where Mecca is so people can pray. Zakat, which is charity or alms giving, the act of giving a portion of one's wealth to charity. So far, so good. I mean, who can have an argument against any of this? This is excellent. Fasting during the month of Ramadan from sunrise to sunset. And fasting is also good for, not only for the body, it's good for the soul. Jesus Christ fasted 40 days. Fasting assists in a connection to the Almighty. How about that? And the Hajj, which is a pilgrimage to Mecca, the holy city of Mecca, by Muslims who are physically able and financially able to do so. So if you do that, you're meeting your obligations to Islam, and nobody could have an argument against any of those. They're all excellent things to do. Then you'll hear things like the people of the book, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, all people of the book. Not so fast, folks. Don't be so naive. Now, this is where we get the fundamental practices, and then we start getting into other areas. And Islam's not the only religion to suffer from this. There's a lot of weirdo Christian interpretations and weirdo Jewish interpretations, and you can fill in the blank. Once humans try to start to figure out the mind of God, it ends up messy. But anyway, so please don't be naive to think that Muslims have a special place in their heart for the people of the book. It's just not true on a practical level. Now, the source for the information I'm about to give you is from the Center of Political Islam International. And let's just go through it very quickly to see what the reality is on the ground and from their doctrine. So individuals vary from that, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, Dar es-Salaam is the realm of peace. That's why it's called the religion of peace, because they want to pursue, and their actions pursue Dar es-Salaam, the realm of peace. But the definition matters. Dar es-Salaam refers to areas where Islamic law is implemented. It's the major law. That's the realm of peace. On the other hand, Dar al-Harb is the realm of war. Dar al-Harb refers to areas where Kafirs, that's you and me, i.e. non-Muslims, rule, and Islamic law is not the primary legal system. So we're Kafirs and they're Muslims. We are haram. We are filth. Less than animals. The Muslim and the Kafir are non-Muslim. Islamic doctrine divides the world into Muslims and Kafirs. Over half of Islamic doctrine is about how Muslims should treat Kafirs. Quote, Kafir are greatly hateful in the sight of Allah. That's from Quran 40:35. Kafir are the worst of all creatures, Quran 98:6. Muslims should, quote, kill, rape, murder, mock, crucify, behead, and make war against them until they submit. Because that's what Islam is translated to mean, to submit. So you now understand why they are a challenge to coexist with. Let's look at the Islamic expansion, because it's very interesting, the background here. Historical dynamics of the expansion of Islam. For the first, 12 or so years, it says 13, but 12, 13 years, Muhammad was a preacher, allegedly, and 150 people converted to his new religion. He decided to become a politician, a jihadi. In the next 10 years, he converted 100,000, because all of a sudden, if you apply those rules where you can do what you want, then that's far more attractive than just the religious aspects of it. Now, let me just throw something in here very quickly. There is no historical evidence that Muhammad ever existed. This came out many years ago, and they tried it before with the Christians. There was no historical evidence of Jesus Christ and Christianity. Well, people took that to heart and said, great, it's a bunch of rubbish. But then some people did some research and found out that Flavius Josephus, historian, wrote quite convincingly and comprehensively. He wasn't a Christian, he's a Jew, and he wrote about him. So the historical evidence is there for Jesus. It's not a contest, but let's just get this clear. There is no archaeological evidence that Muhammad ever existed. And a historian called Tom Holland did a piece on that, and it's worth looking at. And he came to the conclusion that that was the fact. Now, what's interesting is a Muslim challenged Holland and said, why are you destroying that which is most important to me, my religion? Why don't you do that for Christianity? And Holland said, fair enough. So he did the same. And what he found was that, in fact, there was a ton of historical evidence. And not only that, the more he looked into Christianity and its impact on the world, he came to the conclusion, this guy's not a Christian, heavy-duty Christian at all. But he came to the conclusion that Christianity did more to advance the world than anything else ever. He used to be a big fan of the Roman Empire. This was the zenith of human civilization, until he looked at the Romans in detail and what Christianity did, and he realized that Rome was actually quite a disgusting place to live. And we assume that Rome was like us, but they just wore togas and carried short swords. Not true. And Holland came to the conclusion that the world swims in Christian waters, like a goldfish in a bowl swimming in the water that doesn't know it's there. People think that we're good because we're just good. Not true. It was Christianity that did it. Anyway, back to Islam. The Middle East, Turkey, North Africa used to be Christian, Afghanistan was Buddhist, Pakistan was Hindu, and Iran was Zoroastrian. There are no post-Islamic countries. So North Africa, the Middle East and North Africa, the MENA, wasn't Islamic. So how did it get Islamic? Let's have a look. Let's look at the jihad versus crusades. Now, I'll let the gentleman speak for himself, and you'll find this most interesting.
Whenever you're dealing with an apologist for Islam or even a Muslim and you bring up jihad, almost immediately they kick back to you. Well, what about those terrible crusades? Why, they're the moral justification for jihad. I mean, we're just as bad as they are, so let's not talk about jihad, okay? Let's talk about the crusades. Well, what I would like to talk about here are facts. And it turns out I sat down and put together some work, and I created a database of some 548 battles that Islam fought, jihad battles against classical civilization. And these aren't even all the battles. It really doesn't say much about Africa and India, Afghanistan, and all that. It's primarily the battles against the classical civilization of Rome and Greece. So 548 battles is a lot, and it's too much to even comprehend. So I created something which I call a dynamic battle map, in which you have a display of the Mediterranean, and a white dot means that this 20-year period, that's a new battle. So every time the screen changes, it's 20-year period. They then, colors white turn to red, so you can see a history. This may seem a little confusing, but I think when you see it, you'll know exactly what I mean. And here it starts. Islam burst out of the Arabian Peninsula and immediately starts attacking the Middle East. And notice that it doesn't take long until they're crossing the Mediterranean and attacking southern France and Spain. Notice something here. Most people think of Islam, they think of Arabs, they think of desert. And yet here we see that Islam is projecting power throughout the Mediterranean. Notice how the little islands of the Mediterranean are getting hammered. The navy of Islam would attack coastal towns, kill, rob, rape, and then take slaves. So this whole battle map, as it unfolds, you're seeing slaves being taken. Over 1 million slaves were taken out of Europe into the Islamic world. That's something you don't think about much, but it's absolutely true. There were over 200 battles fought in Spain alone. And we also see, however, on the East Coast in Turkey, that Islam is trying to break into Europe. Now, what's going to happen is in Spain, this ongoing fight that lasted for 400 years, the Christians are going to push back the Muslims. But now then what has happened over in the East is that Constantinople has fallen, and now then Eastern Europe is getting hammered. The jihad now comes to Eastern Europe. It's pushed out now of Spain. Northern Africa is now completely Islamic. The Middle East is completely Islamic. This is all jihad, relentless jihad. And why is it so relentless? Well, Muhammad was relentless in his jihad. And these people are good students of Islam, and so it's against the kafir, on and on. It was traditional that when the Sultan came to power, the brand new Sultan, he would immediately try to launch new wars because he was going to be noted in his Islamic history as to how well he fought against the kafir. So that's what the jihad looked like over that time period, 548 battles. But remember, when you bring up jihad, people want to bring up the Crusades. So I also prepared a dynamic battle map of all the offensive raids of the Crusaders. Let's watch it and make a comparison. And so it begins. The Crusades enter into Turkey and the Middle East. Battles go on. but aren't there far fewer than you thought there might be? And here we go. The last battles are fought, and that is the end of the Crusades. So now then we can talk about some facts. Yes, there were Crusades, but notice they ended centuries ago, and jihad is being practiced today. Jihad has been with us for 1,400 years. There is no comparison between jihad and the Crusades, certainly not a moral comparison. And when you're looking at the Crusades, remember, in one sense, all of the Crusades were defensive wars. Why? Well, as we saw on the first jihad map, it was Islam that came out of Arabia and conquered the Middle East, a Christian Middle East. And so the Crusaders were trying to free their Christian brothers and sisters from jihad. So there's no moral comparison at all. The motivation of the Crusaders was to free Christians. The purpose of jihad is to enslave the kafir. So the next time you hear somebody talk about, oh, those dreadful Crusades, you've seen some facts about the matter. Why don't you pipe up and tell them you know, you don't really know the matter?
Okay, just throw something in on top of that. There's a few comments I want to make. When Islam made its way into India, they killed 80 million Indians. This is why the enmity between Pakistan, a Muslim country, and India, a Hindu country, is so great. 80 million with the sword. You got to get up early in the morning to do that. Okay, I've got a couple of screen grabs from that presentation to make a couple of points here. This kicked off in 620 to 640 AD. No problem. That's when it started. Now, if you look at this one, at 1240 and 12 to 1260, that's the extent of the jihad. At the same time, this was the Crusader response. So have a look at that. Nothing. The Christians did nothing for 600 years. 600 years. And eventually they said, you know what? We better do something about this. And they did, but they stopped. And it finished there. And have a look at that. The gates of Vienna. The Muslims were about to attack Vienna, and Jan Sobieski III of Poland came roaring down and saved the day, saved Europe. That was the beginning of the end for the jihad in Europe. Now, just a quick note on jihad, and this refers to some of the people I knew in the Middle East. Jihad for them, quite literally, was the inner struggle that each man and woman has between good and evil. That's what they considered jihad as. You know, we're all fighting our jihad, and the jihad is the battle against good against evil within us, which is a very sound way to look at it. Unfortunately, too few people actually look at that. The hatred of the Islamists in the Middle East knows no cure. Just true. Anyway, moving on. Islamic invasion of Europe. Now, here's an interesting show. Just what's the numbers and what's the country's Islamic population rise. This is invasion by migration, called the Hijra. And the Hijra is the name for the time that Muhammad allegedly went from Mecca to Medina. Okay, the Hijra, invasion by migration. It's all part of the same plan. see the top four are now France, Germany, United Kingdom, and Italy. I'm not sure about France, but certainly Germany, United Kingdom, and Italy were the strongest economies in Europe. So that was obviously a targeted invasion. France obviously pretty strong as well. So not an accident. This is invasion by migration. It's the hijra. It's part of the strategy. You know, there's the jihad of the word, the jihad of the pen, and the jihad of the money, and the jihad of the sword. And there's any number of ways you can fight the jihad, and that's all good as far as they're concerned. So you can see what they've done here. To be honest, I don't know what you can do with France, Germany, UK, and Italy. Man, that's a tough number to get rid of. Maybe Italy's the only country out of that lot that can clean up. But there you go. Islam Today, Pew Research 2013. They haven't done an updated one yet, so that's the most recent I could get. It's a report of the world, Muslims, religion, politics, and society based on over 38,000 face-to-face interviews across 39 countries. Support for Sharia. And you can have a look at it. Have a quick squiz, and then I will highlight a couple now. Go down to middle of the left-hand column. Indonesia, 72% want Sharia. Why is that of interest to us? Because we have the most populous Muslim nation just to our north, a stone's throw from capital Northern Territory, Darwin. Afghanistan, 99% want Sharia. Now, I didn't. The government brought in a bunch of Afghan refugees, and when there was a bit of a fuss kicked up, some imbecile in the press said, oh, it's okay, they're Christian Muslims. This is to placate. There's no such thing as a Christian Muslim, and 100% of Afghanis want Sharia. That's certainly the men, and guess who makes the rules in Afghanistan? It ain't the women. Pakistan, 84% want Sharia. Iraq, 91% want Sharia. You get the drift. So you've got the Muslims that I was friends with, say, in the United Arab Emirates, and then you've got the Islamists. Let's have a look at percentage of the population around the world, and you can see to our north there's Indonesia and Malaysia, heavy Muslim countries. There's Indonesia. Indonesia has the largest Muslim population in the world with approximately 242 Muslims, representing 87% of the total population of 281.2 million. This makes Indonesia the most populous Muslim majority nation. And I can hear people screaming, you can't change the religion. It's like asking you to change the Bible. I'm more than happy to change the Bible because a lot of it's bollocks. And guess what? There are local interpretations of Islam because in Indonesia they eat pork and pork's haram. But they eat it there, so there's obviously some flexibility. Let's move on. Now, I want to look at Nigeria for a moment because there's an interesting interview about Nigeria. With a population of more than 230 million, it's the most populous country in Africa and the world's sixth most populous country, rich in oil, gas, and other natural resources. No coincidence, then, that it's under attack from Islam. It's now 53.5% of its population is Muslim. Now, let's just watch an interview between a gentleman who knows exactly what's going on in Nigeria as an insight into the expansionist model of the Islamists.
They are systematically taking over Nigeria, and they want to make Nigeria into a Muslim caliphate. And the Fulani ethnic militia, the Muslim terrorists, go into Christian villages. They're not coming in with cattle. They're coming in on motorcycles with AK-47s and killing everything that moves, and then destroying and razing the entire village.
And yelling Allahu Akbar while
yelling
they do
Allahu Akbar while doing it. And has nothing to do with climate change. These are nomadic herders that have 500-year-old view of cattle farming. Nigeria was 70% Christian.
Amazing.
Now it's 50-50. It's 50% Muslim, 50% Christian.
Because they've been killing it.
Because they have been going back to their systematic jihad. Now, look, Islam has conquered every civilization it's touched since 640 AD through three methods of jihad. One, cultural jihad. We'll move in, we'll blend in with the population as we're a minority. Then they start gaining a population, having lots of kids. Then once they get a population, they do political jihad. All right.
And cultural.
Then cultural jihad. Then after political jihad, Once they have the political cover to do the violence, they go into violent jihad and take over territory. And that is how they have systematically taken over all of Northern Africa.
Well, and what's particularly interesting when you dig a little deeper is that the Fulani tribe doesn't just exist in Nigeria. They're in Sierra Leone and Senegal and right across the border, right? I mean, throughout the center and east of Africa and west.
And for some magical reason, every country they touch turns into war.
Yes, and when you
turns into genocide and turns into war. Every country that they touch.
Islam. The Islamists. Let's get local. Islam in Australia. Get ready for this one, folks. Now, Lakemba, New populated suburb in the country with Islamists. And once again, the focus here isn't on your average Muslim. It's on the leadership, and I call the mad mullahs of Lakemba. And you'll see why, and how they're being aided and abetted by the Masonic filth that wear blue uniforms, otherwise known as the Australian Police, New South Wales Police Force.
Headed to an area called Lakemba in Sydney, Australia, and it's supposed to be a very high Muslim population area. As soon as we arrived in Lakemba, things were tense. There were heads turning, people coming out of shops to look at us and find out what we were doing. Men started yelling in Arabic across the street at us. As we went to go for a walk to the local mosque, a very high-ranked police officer came up to me and begged with me, do not go there. Speaking.
Inspector Rick Ages from Campsie Police.
Yep.
I've been informed that you're intending to attending the Lakemba Mosque. Is that correct?
I actually have no intentions of attending. I was just planning on walking through the streets and seeing how the culture was here.
Yes?
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with that?
Yep.
So where do you intend on walking to now?
I was just going to walk out and check how the mosque was.
Check where the mosque was?
Yeah. Would I not be allowed to attend if I wanted to?
I've got grave concerns that you may cause an imminent breach of the peace down there, so I'm asking you not to attend.
Why would I cause a breach of the peace?
Because it's highly religious down there.
And would it be me causing a breach of the peace, or would it be the people there?
Well, your presence may cause them to be, be offensive or be objective to your attending there.
And so that would be them being offended by me.
Can you not interview me?
No, you fear people will be offended by me.
No, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And you're committing a breach of the peace. I've given you that warning. And if you do that, you may be breaking the law. Do you understand that?
Yep, I understand it. I perfectly understand. As far as I'm concerned, you have Sharia law here. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, we'll go to jail if we talk to people.
Got any easier? No. Sharia in Australia. Now, as far as the Islamists are concerned, any street, locality, area that has been under Sharia law is now Dar al-Salam and will be defended as such. They believe it's theirs. We have the New South Wales Police farce aiding and abetting criminal activity in Australia. Can you see how it happens bit by bit by bit by bit by bit? And before you know it, we're going to look like everywhere else. Okay. Now, the ABC has tried to manufacture consent for all sorts of weird and wonderful things like pedophilia is a sexual orientation, things like that, and it's failed. And it's tried over and over and over again to apologize or boost certainly Islam. And they had this young lady, Yasmin Abdul Magid, and she's intelligent, she's attractive, she's well-spoken, she's lucid, she's an engineer, and she was on the payroll of the ABC, and she famously said during an interview, Islam to me is one of the most feminist religions. Well, there's female genital mutilation. And this is from a nurse who was cleaning up the results of female genital mutilation. They cut the labia of the little girl off, then they stitch it closed so tight that you can barely get a cotton bud through. This is their religious practice. And good old Yasmin, who's still getting money from the Australian Council of the Arts as recently, I think it's 2020 or 2022, they can't help themselves. They cannot help themselves, can they? Botched honour killing. You can see the slash across the head there with a bush knife, losing fingers, defending herself. Stoning for adultery. Now, if a woman's if a woman is raped and she can't prove it was rape, she's guilty of adultery and will be stoned. How are you feeling, ladies? Islam to me is the most feminist religion. Really, let's have a look at it, girls. A woman or girl who has been raped cannot testify in court against her rapists. Testimonies of 4 male witnesses are required to prove rape of a female. A woman or girl who alleges rape without producing 4 male witnesses is guilty of adultery. A woman or girl found guilty of adultery is subject to the death penalty. A male convicted of rape can have his conviction dismissed by marrying his victim. Thanks, Yasmin. I don't think Australia wants this. Muslim men have sexual rights to any woman or girl not wearing a hijab. A woman can have 1 husband who can have up to 4 wives. A man can marry an infant girl and consummate the marriage when she is 9. This is because Muslim men are required to follow Muhammad's example. He married Aisha, his favorite wife, when she was 6 and consummated when she was 9. Girl's clitoris should be cut. A man can beat his wife for insubordination. A man can unilaterally divorce his wife. A wife needs her husband's consent to divorce. A divorced wife loses custody of all children over 6 years of age or when they exceed it. I hope this piece of filth never comes back to Australia. A woman's testimony in court allowed in property cases carries half the weight of a man's. A female heir inherits half of what a male heir inherits. A woman cannot drive a car as it leads to upheaval. A woman cannot speak alone to a man who is not her husband or relative. Okay. Islam is being used to create misery around the planet. We've been lied to about Islam, the nature of Islam. It has been created to create misery. Excuse me. This is a video. I was in Afghanistan. I was getting briefed on the security arrangements, and I was taking a video for my brief that I had to write, my report. And there's a man carrying a heavy load. I happened to catch it, and I continued filming. I just want you to watch this, please.
Yeah. The sports offense around the cemetery. And yesterday it's been done. Can see the villagers,
So let's just get some perspective here. I'm going to zoom into a photograph of that man on the bridge that he just crossed, and I'm going to superimpose a photo of myself if I was standing on that bridge. So that's a 6-year-old boy, 5-6-year-old boy, and that's his daily life. Now, why are the Islamic countries in such a poor state when other Islamic countries are richer than Croesus? It's because the deep state wants to create misery and poverty. That's what they use Islam for. How many refugees have the wealthy countries in the Middle East taken? The ones that have gone to Europe? The answer is none. I'll give you the quick answer. None. Because they don't want them. Why? Because they're crazy. And I'll get someone of their own to explain to you exactly that. But Islam has been created to create misery. It's part of an agenda. It's been controlled by fear for 1,400 years. The Middle East and North Africa, the MENA, and the poor countries. The controllers and their useful idiots. The controllers are the cabal, the deep state, and the useful idiots are the mullahs, the crazy mullahs that'll do whatever's required. Because you can imagine if you reward an individual with 72 virgins and life in paradise, by killing and raping and stealing, of course you are appealing to the basest instincts of man, and of course you're going to get any number of volunteers for that. Now, Talmudism is the Babylonian religion. It's the worship of Baal. Now, what's Talmud? The Talmud is one of the holy books of the Jewish faith. It's actually the Babylonian religion that was smashed with the original Hebrew religion to create Islam and the Quran. Now, listen carefully to that. The Talmud was the Babylonian religion, the worship of Baal. They took that and they smashed it with the original Hebrew religion to create Islam and the Quran. That's why the parallels between the Quran and the Talmud and Islam and Judaism are so similar. There are so many overlaps. And if you read the Talmud, it's some really sick stuff in that. Extremely sick stuff. And this is one of the holy books of the Jewish religion. It was manufactured. It was smashed into the original Hebrew religion. And which I find amusing because both Muslims and Jews are Semitic apparently, and they've got the same ridiculous book directing their religion. They've tried again recently to create Chrislam. This happened within the last 5 years, where they thought, let's smash together Christianity and Islam and we'll have Chrislam. Of course, it was an outrageous failure and a nonsense. But they've tried it again because they tried it many thousands of years ago and it seemed to work. Let's try it again and see if we can create Chrislam. You can't beat the Christians, folks. Sorry. What can happen? But this doesn't happen in the UAE. They control the mullahs. The UAE is very, very different to the rest of the Middle East and North Africa. They control the mullahs, not the other way around. In the other countries, the mullahs control them up until recently, until Prince Salman took over the Saudi Arabia. The mullahs ran the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well. That's now changed. So the UAE have got things organised. Now, Australians, we've got good hearts, and we give that which will not be returned. We open our hearts, we open our country, we give them freedom of speech, and that is a trick designed for us to fail. Where does it come from, this good heart? It's Christianity, and it doesn't fit with Islam. And in a really practical sense, there's a number of differences between Christianity and Islam. You can go on forever. But in a cultural sense, Islam is a shame culture. Christianity is a guilt culture. They are very, very different, and they have different implications for the behaviour of the populace of the culture. Let's just very quickly to dive into that. So, a bit of a lesson for you on guilt culture and shame culture. Shame is an external, society-driven issue. That's where the source of control is. Guilt is an internal, self-driven issue. So the Christians will feel guilt. And I've experienced this firsthand. The shame that is driven onto Muslims is extraordinary, and they will do anything. They will lie to avoid the shame. Give you an example. We were supposed to fly off from Abu Dhabi up north for a counter-terrorism operation. The aircraft was supposed to fly out, I can't remember exactly the time, I think it was about 1600. And so the aircraft turned up just before 1600 at the Special Ops Battalion parade ground to load the troops up. When they got there, nobody was there. What happened? Well, the troops' trust is so low everywhere in the Middle East that the troops drove up to the target because they didn't want the pilots and the helicopters to get any of the glory. Now, when this was obviously discovered and found to be an appalling state of affairs, every Emirati said, "My God, that's disgusting. That's terrible." And I thought, well, at least they're taking some responsibility for this. Not at all. This was them separating themselves from the shame that was going to be visited upon the people guilty of that particular event. Visibility. Shame requires an audience, real or imagined. Guilt can occur privately. So shame is public. Everybody gets involved. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody says something. Guilt, that requires an element of self-reflection and self-examination. Shame cultures prioritize group cohesion. Guilt cultures emphasize individual accountability. You can always hide in a crowd, but when you're guilty and you know you're guilty, then you have to face your own truth. Emotional experience. Shame is tied to social rejection and loss of status. Guilt is tied to moral failure and self-disappointment. Can you see how this impacts upon the development of a culture and therefore the development of a nation? One is destined for disaster and one is destined for greatness. We've been deceived about Islam. The deep state is manufacturing in the West the poverty and degradation of culture, human life, like they have done in what we call third world countries. They've introduced the shame culture to school and society, stripping people of their wealth, their rights, their ownership, dumbing down to children academically, obedience through compliance and homelessness. They're turning us into a shame culture, not a guilt culture. We have been locked into a mindset, and we must be careful not to be so self-righteous that we think we're beyond this. We're not. We're falling for it as a country. We are falling for this right now. We're heading exactly like every other country that Islam has invaded. And the other trap is to start blaming everybody, every Muslim. That's the trick that the cabal, the deep state wants us to do. They want us to attack the Muslims. Don't. I've got Islamic friends. They're great guys. I have Hindu friends, great guys. So don't fall into that trap, the sin of the false collective. It's the leadership that are the problem, not every Muslim. We've all been coerced and lied to for generations upon generations, and we've got to start waking up to those lies, otherwise we're going to make some bad mistakes. Now, if we want to destroy this matrix, the old ways must die. We must think anew and act anew, to quote Abraham Lincoln. New ways must be created. Okay, second last slide. Thank you for staying with me. I know it's useful. I hope it's been interesting. This is Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He is the Foreign Minister for the United and Deputy Prime Minister of the UAE. He is a remarkable man, absolutely remarkable man. And that's why I've got so much respect for the Emiratis, the leadership. Just brilliant. Just listen to what he says. And this is to do apologists for Islam.
So you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
Nahyan. Bin Zayed means son of Zayed, and Al Nahyan is the Nahyan family. Zayed Al Nahyan was the leader of the United Arab Emirates. He brought it together as a nation after England pulled out. They used to be called the trucial states because Great Britain had a series of truces with each of these individual emirates. But Zayed, who was a remarkable leader, again, by any measure, not good for an Arab or not good for an Emirati, but on the world stage, he was a remarkable man, remarkable leader, created the United Arab Emirates out of separate emirates, separate kingdoms. And if you can get two Arabs to agree on anything, you're a master. But to get 7 kings to agree to form a nation for their own self-protection, I mean, he was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So Abdullah is one of Zayed's sons, and Zayed is much revered in the Emirates, as he should be. A remarkable man, the right man at the right time for his country. So there you go. Let's finish up. It's been a long night, but it's been very important. Australia, and this is my message to the world, and specifically for the Islamist leadership in Australia and around the world. All Australia will remain Dar al-Harb. That's the realm of war. No state, region, city, town, suburb, or street within Australia will be Dar al-Salam, and that includes Lakemba. If we need to, we will bulldoze the mosque and sow pig's blood on the land. It will never be Dar al-Salam. Islamic law does not fit and will be prohibited in Australia. This is your problem for you to resolve, not ours. It is not our responsibility to fix your religion, to fix the extremists within your religion, to fix it. It's your problem, not ours. Australia will be one country, one people, one flag, under one Christian law. And now you know why that source of law that I mentioned at the beginning is so important. The Christian ethic, you don't have to become Christians, that's not the point. But the Christian ethic of Imago Dei, that we are all created in the image of God, that we are all equal in the sight of God, is fundamental to Australia and will remain so. It is not fundamental to Islam. It is not fundamental to Hinduism. It is not fundamental to Judaism. It is not fundamental to any of the major religions. That's why the source of law in Australia is and will remain the Christian ethic. That's the way it's going to be. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. That's been a long session tonight, but it was very important to get it out and to get it out now. Because, as I said, people will be making some very wrong decisions in the near future if you are not careful. Okay, let's go back to the screen. Are you there, Sarah, or have you fallen asleep? Have I put you to bed? What's going on?
No, I'm here. I'm here listening to every word, Rick. That was great. Thank you very much. I know a lot of people got a lot out of that. It was a very long night. We're at 2 hours, 15 minutes, but it's very important. It's a very important message. We actually had someone say that they were trying to send this link out and they've written, wow, I just forwarded to everyone in my contacts, noting A1 Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi reveals actual news clips hidden from us all, and my screen reads not delivered. So I think this is an important message they don't want getting out there, Rick.
That's exactly right, folks. You've got to understand that we're being shut down all the time. We're being shadow banned, shadow blocked, you name it. That's what they're doing to us. And just to test it the other day, because I got a message from somebody saying, oh, look, I spoke to Grok, and Grok says that Australia one's got no chance and Australia's hopeless and, we should back these other people. And I went, that's fine. And I got curious. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to check with Grok. Grok's the AI service available on X. And I said, okay, let's see how shut down we are. And I typed in a very simple request. And you put in, find a picture of Donald Trump, find a picture of the local dog catcher, the mayor of Upper Kumbukta West, and you'll get a picture. And I typed in, find a picture of Ricardo Bosi, National League of Australia 1. 2 pictures came up, and I don't know who the hell they are. They aren't me. But I did that in order to satisfy myself that we are completely shadow banned. Nobody wants us to get out. Nobody has got the balls. Nobody's got a set of onions big enough to come and debate me because they know they'll get crushed mercilessly by sheer weight of logic because they're on a losing team. So there you go, folks. I'm not surprised we're being banned, but get this out. As I said, it is critical as we advance the next few weeks and months that we don't commit the sin of the false collective and say every Muslim is this or every Hindu is that. But I can tell you what, the philosophy, the culture, the underpinning thinking behind those religions are destructive to a society. Just look at these countries. Just look at Hindu majority countries. Look at an Islamic majority country. Forget it. Forget it. Not going to happen. Anyway, Aussie's in good shape. We're going to make sure we stay with our Christian ethic. And if you were insulted by my comments about Islam, I don't give a flying fuck. Why don't you go and speak to them about cutting the clitoris off little girls? Why don't you go talk to the Jews about cutting the foreskin and causing irreparable trauma, psychological trauma, to every little boy, and the ones that have their penis sucked by the rabbi and they get venereal disease? It's all out there, folks. I'm not making this up. You wonder why I get animated and energized about morons. Go do your homework. Go do your homework. We've done ours. We're good. We know what we're doing and why. And please remember, this is not anti-Ahmed who runs the local falafel shop. It's got nothing to do with that. Because most of those guys, they apply the 5 pillars as best they can, and the rest of it they're not much interested in. And that's the facts. It's the crazy mullahs at Lakemba that are driving that nonsense in Australia. It's the crazy Jews in the leadership of the Jewish community in Australia. It's the crazy Hindus that think this is going to become another India. They're the problem. Your average Hindu, your average Jew, your average Muslim, no problem at all. But understand this is Australia. This will remain a Christian country. Now, last note before we go. I saw today the images of the first white refugees coming out of South Africa into the United States, and that was bloody brilliant. And the tagline said, "Notice anything different?" And I looked at them going, typical middle-class white-looking families. Dad, oh, there you go. Mothers and children as well. Whole families came, not military-aged males out of Africa and into Europe like you do when you see the alleged Islamic refugees. And by the by, for all the South Africans out there and the Rhodesians, Australia will be open for business for you. And we'll go down to the Kraal and we'll kick some ass together. I work with the Yappies in the Emirates. Great guys. Brilliant guys. So, yeah, South Africa, the doors will be open, unlike now. Rhodesia, Canada, England, way you go, fellas. We're looking for you. Bring the wife and kids. We'll have to repopulate the Defence Force because all the Masonic filth is going to get punted. So we're going to need people who can shoot guns, drive ships, and fly planes. So when it's time, you'll be more than welcome down here. New Zealanders, Canadians, you name it, Americans, we'll be open for business. It's going to be great. Okay, Sarah, that's me done. Do you have any final points before you?
All right, boys and girls. Ricardo Bosey is a good episode. Don't get to see many episodes from him as of late, but very informative when we do. I'm so tired, guys. It's been a long day. I've been so sick today. I've been feeling better, but now I've been catching up on all the things I didn't get done today. Anyway, guys, with that, I am going to wrap it up and go so I can get done and get some sleep and do it all again tomorrow. But we'll be keeping an eye on things like always. We'll see what tomorrow brings for us, right? Thank you guys for showing up. I love you so very much, and I hope you have a really good night. God bless you all. Stay safe. Stay out of trouble. Have some fun, and I hope to see you all here tomorrow night. Night, guys.
Sometimes I'm right, and I can be wrong. My own beliefs are in my song. The butcher, the banker, the drummer, and then it makes no difference what group I'm in. 'Cause I am everyday people. There is a blue one who can't accept the green one for living with the fat one, trying to be a skinny one. Different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on. And Scooby
The transformations have been unbelievably remarkable. Before our eyes, a new generation of leaders is transcending the ancient conflicts of tired divisions of the past and forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, where it exports technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. We don't want that. And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly.
In your book, your recent book, Government Gangsters,
It's a great book.
you include an appendix with a list of names that people have referred to as an enemies list. I was an impeachment manager for President Trump's second impeachment.
Nobody cares, man.
As you and the president continue to weaponize and investigate his perceived enemies, as you follow this blueprint, when can I, a former impeachment manager, expect the FBI at my door?
Any second now.
Ma'am, you want to know who was targeted by a weaponized FBI? Me. It's a good point. You want to know how and why?
Well,
you want to know what I'm doing to fix it?
That. Let me move on.
Well, you should read the book because there's no enemies list on that book.
So
there are
you-
people that violated their constitutional obligations and their duties to the American people. Boom.
Good, you
And they
gave
were
them due
rightly
process.
called out.
I'm
And you
changing
should
topics.
give that book to every one of your constituents
I'm
so they can
changing
read
topics.
about it.
I won't be doing that.
That's their loss.
Got your rhymes going round in my head. Got your supersonic beats mixing up my kids. So dance, little DJ, come on. What's your name?
nation of glittering cities, endless opportunities, and fantastic wealth. For some people. Because despite all that prosperity, there are still tens of millions of Americans living in poverty. But what if they don't have to? In recent years, some of the country's brightest minds became convinced that we could make poverty a thing of the past. And when they put that theory to the test, it did not go as planned. Here's a thing Americans often take for granted. We're pretty rich. In 2023, the median income for a married couple was about $120,000. The median size of a new home was about 2,500 square feet. And this is a problem you only get in wealthy countries. Over 40% of adults were obese. And then, as if to prove a point about how much money we have, we all started spending $1,000 a month on medication to keep us from being obese. But as we all know, this wealth is not universal. Despite years of government programs that have attempted to help the most disadvantaged among us, it's still the case that nearly 37 million Americans live in poverty. And in recent years, that's led a coalition of everyone from activists to intellectuals to tech executives to propose a bold new idea. What if we just gave everyone enough money to lift them above the poverty line? And when we say this was a bold new idea, we mean it was a bold and very, very old idea. In fact, all the way back in 1797, the Revolutionary-era writer Thomas Paine was arguing for an idea along these same lines. And in the 1960s, Milton Friedman, a future winner of the Nobel Prize in economics, was making a similar case. Instead of a bunch of welfare programs, just have the government give people the cash instead. This idea is usually referred to as Universal Basic Income, or UBI, and one of its most noteworthy features is how it's attracted supporters from across the political spectrum. For some conservatives, combining UBI with the elimination of other welfare programs is a way to shrink the size of government while still helping the most disadvantaged Americans. For some progressive supporters, who, it bears noting, are usually more skeptical of eliminating other welfare programs along the way, UBI is a way to combat income inequality and ensure the dignity of those living in poverty. It's also popular in the tech sector, with many Silicon Valley leaders arguing that UBI will be a necessary way to provide for Americans when AI starts taking their jobs away. Which we suppose is a nice gesture, but probably a distant second to just killing the AI with fire. Now, as big ideas go, this is one that's pretty hard to try out. In 2019, when presidential candidate Andrew Yang was running on the idea of a UBI that would pay every American adult $1,000 a month, it was estimated that the cost of the program would be over $2.5 trillion a year, which meant that it would cost more than 10% of the country's GDP. To be clear, that's not 10% of the federal budget, it's 10% of the country's entire economy. Since spending that kind of money on an unproven idea was too risky, most attempts to try UBI out have taken the form of small local programs aimed at just a handful of people, which doesn't really tell us much about how it would work in the real world. That changed, however, in 2024 with the release of the biggest UBI study ever done. Analysis conducted by Open Research, an organization backed by OpenAI CEO and UBI supporter Sam Altman. All of which is important background because the study's results were probably not what they were hoping for. Here's how it worked. Researchers took 3,000 people, all of them between the ages of 21 and 40, and with incomes that averaged under $30,000 a year, and split them randomly into two groups. 2/3 of them received $50 a month, and 1/3 received $1,000 a month. Then they tracked the results over the course of 3 years. Now, the reason that you design a study this way is that if UBI was genuinely life-changing, you'd expect to see important differences between the people getting $1,000 a month and the people getting $50. And the good news is, that happened. But the bad news is the people who got more money actually ended up worse off. Here's what we mean. Some proponents have argued that UBI could increase employment because recipients could use the extra money for things like job training or more reliable transportation to work. But the study found that the people who got the bigger pot of money worked fewer hours and stayed unemployed longer than the people who only got $50, and that most of this newly found free time was just spent on leisure. And maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe just making sure UBI recipients have more money is a worthy goal in and of itself. But about that, the households of people who received $1,000 a month actually ended up with less money in the bank than those of the people who got $50, between $3,000 and $4,000 a year less. How? Well, not only were they working less, but they were also spending virtually all the money and racking up more debt than the people who received smaller amounts. None of which is to say that there was no good news. People in the UBI study reported feeling modestly better about their financial security. They were more likely to move to new neighborhoods, and they had brief reductions in stress. All of which is kinda nice, but it's a long way from finding a cure for poverty. There's a reason anti-poverty policy is so hard. Figuring out how to give people enough support so that they're not suffering without giving them so much that they lose ambition is incredibly difficult. And so far, at least, no one's figured out how to strike exactly the right balance. So, you know, maybe it's a question we ask the AI. Oh, right.
After 7 years of violent revolution, our American founders were well aware that political factions were most often used to divide and conquer the people. And they knew that the republic they created would only last as long as the people could remain educated. In 1816, Thomas Jefferson wrote, "If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be." By the end of the Civil War, the two-party system became the norm. The globalist system we face today was born. And the deliberate dumbing down of the American citizen began with our great-great-grandparents. In the late 1800s, the Skinner-Pavlovian method was brought into American schools by Johns Hopkins. These psychological methods allowed teachers the ability to program students' behavior in the same way that Pavlov did with dogs. In 1934, the Carnegie International Endowment for Peace published the Report on the Commission on Social Studies, which explicitly stated the goal of eventually taking away people's land, and noted that most people would obviously oppose this. The solution was to begin using the school system to recondition the minds of children. In 1976, the bicentennial year of the Declaration of Independence, 124 congressmen signed the Declaration of Interdependence, which stated that 2 centuries ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation. Now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order. And it pledged to give children special attention in distributing a common education to suit their goals. By the 1990s, this globalist dumbing down system was perfected, and America began exporting it worldwide in what is known as outcome-based education. Starting in 2010, Common Core began in the United States. It outlined what students were expected to know at each grade level and enforced ways to assess those standards. Charlotte Iserby, author of The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, has traced most of this agenda stemming from the Order of Skull and Bones at Yale, through both Republicans and Democrats, 2 wings of the same globalist bird, which understood that dumbed down people have a base desire for a simple dualistic choice. In 1953, the Rockefeller Foundation funded the Robbers Cave experiment, wherein 11-year-old boys who thought they were signing up for summer camp were organized into 2 separate tribes and were manipulated into fighting each other, which was easily accomplished by having a single resource that the 2 groups competed for. The Henry Tajfel experiments of the 1970s showed that by simply dividing people into 2 groups, they would naturally identify with their own group and discriminate against the other. The basic ego mind is constantly making preferences. No matter how dumb you are, you have an opinion about everything. And if you can keep the population dumb enough and give them 2 parties to choose from, they will innately identify with one and despise the other. This allows the globalist system the cover they need to implement unpopular policies, such as a central bank digital currency, while we, the people, ignorantly fight each other. United we stand, divided we fall, and we've been falling for it for generations. The American people have been so thoroughly dumbed down that we think freedom is the ability to choose between 2 parties working for the same control system. And we have been made so weak that we are afraid to even discuss the option of violence, which is most often the only remedy for tyranny. But if we were an enlightened people, we could simply unite together as one and just say no to the tyrants. The answer to 1984 is 1776. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese. Thank you for watching the latest Greg Reese Report. Be sure to go to reesereport.com To see my latest videos, sign up for my free newsletter, and subscribe for exclusive content. And be sure to support my sponsor at InfoWarsStore.com.
The answer to 1984 is 1776.
InfoWars has been banned, arrested, attacked, and threatened because we are effective. The Great Awakening is here. Go to banned.video, download the videos, and share. Support the information war at InfoWarsStore.com. And never give up the fight.
InfoWars.com.
I can't tell you. I don't know you well enough. I just know the American people, and I know what's in the DNA of the American people. I've witnessed it on the battlefield, and trust me, it's filled with courage. It's filled with courage. Filled. So that's your homework assignment. You walk away from here today, tomorrow, next couple of days, let it sink in. I mean, it's an incredible amount of information that you have received for those that have stayed for the day. I mean, it's unbelievable. To hear about things that you're never going to hear about in the mainstream media. Just not going to hear about it. And it's sad, but that's the way it is. You know, those are things that we can't control, right? So you get in there, like I say, you know, there's this thing called citizen journalists, or I call them digital soldiers, right? Digital soldiers, right? You got to dig. You got to research. You got to share. And you got to mix it up. You got to mix it up here, okay? Because they do. All these people that they're after us because they want to say, oh, you're an insurrectionist, you're a domestic terrorist. Hell, every woman in here who's a mom is a domestic terrorist then, I guess. Christ, if you're fighting for your kids, right? So anyway, okay. I found, fraud, waste, and abuse. And we started to act on it. And man, it was like, the gates of, the hounds of Baskerville, the gates of hell opened up on me. And all of a sudden, all this pressure about, you got to be careful doing this. You got to, we're going to come in and we're going to look at this. We're going to, we'll take this on from you. And I'm like, wait a second, and because it took, I didn't show up on week one and it just suddenly happened. We took time to look at these things. Mm-hmm. And as I'm exposing it and I'm going back up to my chain of command, which is, Secretary of Defense level, Director of National Intelligence level, they were upset. They didn't want me looking into this stuff because they're part of the problem.
She wears on her chest, and when daddy comes home, he never gets no rest, 'cause she's playing all night, and the music's all right. Mama's got a squeeze box, daddy never sleeps at night. Well, the kids don't eat, and the dog can't sleep. There's no escape from the music in the whole damn street, 'cause she's playing all night, and the music
related to the Epstein type operations in the Caribbean. Because remember, there was lots of other islands. And Epstein actually, arguably, was not as bad as some of the other locations. Now, I will tell you this. Look at what's going on with O'Keefe right now.
Yes.
O'Keefe,
thank you.
Let it be known that he was very concerned about his health and well-being, and by the way, he's not suicidal. O'Keefe is covering several subjects right now, of which one of them is the trafficking that was taking place in the Caribbean with Epstein. And one of the undercover videos that he has, I don't know if he's released it yet or not, but I think it's just been released, so I think I can talk about it, is with Pam Bondi, where she says they have thousands of videos of kids being abused in the Epstein Island tapes. Remember, they had cameras everywhere. Everywhere on the island was covered with cameras. Where's the tapes? So as that comes out, that's going to target all sorts of, business people, political people, judicial people, all sorts of stuff. It's going to be epic. It's going to tear down empires. People that just want it done, pull the Band-Aid off of it. Well, there's a number of innocent people in there too, because what was the island all about? Blackmail. They didn't go there to get blackmailed. They were going there to try to do business deals, to get a promotion, to align with somebody important that might be able to help them accomplish something important. Not everyone that went to Epstein Island was a bad guy. And so what they're trying to do is to sort some of that out based on other witness testimony and wade through it. And by the way, they got, for all that Bondi wants to release stuff, they have a responsibility to do it in an ethical way and not destroy people's lives casually just because, we'll do it and then we'll just let it get sorted out. Some of those people need to be brought in as witnesses for the way that they were handled in trying to set them up. Okay? So there's still work to be done there. They're plowing through it. And that fully isn't going to be able to be brought out to the public for a bit.
Yeah.
So
because imagine there's a lot of people that have heroes within those groups. And when you expose a hero, you better have a lot of backing for that, because you only get one shot at it. You come at it and you goof it, because they got lots of lawyers on their side. You goof it, then no one's going to believe it after that. So it's got to be really hardcore. And of course, we got Virginia Giuffre, which just recently died, or maybe not. I don't know. You never know these things anymore. But they still have a lot of power. So people are still on the sidelines, and revealing stuff.
Well, let me kind of carry that theme. Yeah. Remember when Elon was doing the interview with Rogan a month or so ago, and in the interview, he says there's places and things that he cannot discuss that they have uncovered because they'll kill him. Wow. Yeah. Well, you got the president. He'll take care of your Secret Service. All those guys don't. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, after they took the gal off of Trump's detail, they probably assigned him to Elon, right? So now I feel safe. Okay. Yeah, right. The reality is that they got 1,000 ways to get you. If you know 25, you're a genius, right? Mm-hmm. So even Elon is saying there's stuff where he just can't quite go. And by the way, Elon's not the top of the heap. You don't even know the name of the person that's calling the shots above Elon. Okay. Wow. There's layers above that by far, even within the Doge thing. So don't think that he's running that without a lot of supervision.
A lot of you don't understand why Trump was so popular. And the reason he's loved is because people in Ohio have never seen somebody like him. That first debate, I'd never seen anything like it. I've never seen a white male billionaire screaming at the top of his lungs, this whole system is rigged. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama sitting over there looking at him like, no, it's not. And the moderator said, well, Mr. Trump, if in fact the system is rigged, what would be your evidence? He said, I know the system is rigged because I use it. I said, God damn. And then Hillary Clinton tried to punch him in the taxes. She said, this man doesn't pay his taxes. He shot right back. That makes me smart. And then he said, if you want me to pay my taxes, then change the tax code. But I know you won't, because your friends and your donors enjoy the same tax breaks that I do. And with that, my friends, the star was born.
Mr. President, this is an extraordinary day. This is an issue that I grew up in the Democratic Party, and every major Democratic leader for 20 years has been making this promise to the American people. This was the fulcrum of Bernie Sanders' runs for presidency, that he was going to eliminate this discrepancy between Europe and the United States. But as it turns out, none of them were doing it. It's one of these promises that politicians make to their constituents, knowing that they'll never have to do it. And the reason they'll never have to do it is because they know that Congress is controlled in so many ways by the pharmaceutical industry. There's at least one pharmaceutical lobbyist for every congressman, every senator in Capitol Hill, and every member of the Supreme Court. By some estimates, 3. Pharmaceutical companies, the industry itself spends 3 times what the next largest lobbyist spends on lobbying. So this was an issue that people talked about, but nobody wanted to do anything because it was radioactive. They knew you couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million, but he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage, I'll say, because I don't want to be crude, your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies. We spend in our country $1,126 per capita on drugs. In Britain, they spend about $240. They spend 1/5 of what we do. And this is true across Europe. And the drug companies, Europeans, if you ask them, it made no sense what they were saying. America has to pay for this innovation, or it's not going to happen. President Trump is saying to our European partners is you got to raise the amount that you're paying for those drugs and pay for your share of the innovation. That the United States is no longer subsidizing that. If the Europeans raise the price of their drugs by just 20%, that is $10 trillion that can be spent on innovation, and the health of all people all across the globe is going to increase because we're going to have better products. So I'm just so grateful to be here today. I never thought that this would happen in my lifetime. I have a couple of kids who are Democrats, are big Bernie Sanders fans. And when I told them that this was going to happen, they had tears in their eyes because they thought this is never going to happen in our lifetime. And we finally have a president who's willing to stand up for the American people. Thank you.
Come
Today we reaffirm this important bond, and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before. And by the way, it will remain that way. We don't go in and out like other people. It will remain that way. I believe it is God's job to sit in judgment, my job to defend America, and to promote the fundamental interests of stability, prosperity, and peace. That's what I really want to do. I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States or to help defend our allies. I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too. And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much.